rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword, and my mercenary band. We live the life of the mercenary. Restitution is our creed. We seek the thrill, gold and glory. It's the only life we need. We trek across the land, seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, when we're given one, we don't rest until it's done. Oh, be my sword and my mercenary band. I live the life of the mercenary. I court death near every day. I do not fear it. Oh, come and take me, but let me ride once more this day. I trek across the land, seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, and when I'm given one, I don't rest until it's done. Oh, my sword and my mercenary band. We trek across the land, seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, when we're given one, we don't rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword and my mercenary band. Traded my living for wanderer's woes. Feet on the earth, head in the clouds, I walk the world alone. Long have I traveled across these lands. Long is the journey that never ends. Back home there are farmers and blacksmiths galore, but out in the world I can be so much more. I've met mages and fae, I've met soldiers at war, and set eyes upon distant shores. Long have I traveled across these lands. Long is the journey that never ends. Some say that I'm foolish, some say that I'm bold, to brave the dark forests, wild beasts and the cold. But I choose to roam in ruins of old and sing of their stories untold. Long have I traveled across these lands. the journey that never ends. My journey shall never end. I live the life of the mercenary. I live by blade and shield alone. I do not settle, love nor marry, lest I leave a widow alone. I trek across the land seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, and when I'm given one, I don't rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword and my mercenary band. We live the life of the mercenary. Restitution is our creed. We seek the thrill, gold and glory. It's the only life we need. We trek across the land seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, when we're given one, we don't rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword and my mercenary band. I live the life of the mercenary. I court death near every day. I do not feel it. Oh, come and take me, but let me ride once more this day. I trek across the land seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, and when I'm given one, I don't rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword and my mercenary band. We trek across the land seeking the jobs for helping hands. If any need a battle to be won, and when we're given one, we don't rest until it's done. Oh, me, my sword and my mercenary band. I've made a home of the winding road, traded my living for wanderer's woes. Feet on the earth, head in the clouds, I walk the world alone. Long have I traveled across these lands. Long is the journey that never ends. Back home there are farmers and blacksmiths galore, but out in the world I can be so much more. I've met mages and fae, I've met soldiers at war, and set eyes upon distant shores. Long traveled across these lands. Long is the journey that never ends. Some say that I'm foolish, some say that I'm bold, to brave the dark forests, wild beasts and the cold. But I choose to roam in ruins of old and sing of their stories untold. Long have I traveled across these lands. Long is the journey that never ends. My journey shall never end. I live the life of the mercenary. I live by blade and shield.
Okay, and welcome back to Campaign 3 of the Stormcaller's Fury. Welcome back, Persephone. You're here.
Hello, I am here.
Hello. There she is. And we're also joined tonight by Emerald, who you might recognize from Saturday's campaign, who's currently going to join the party for a little bit. But before we get started, do remember, if you want to grab yourself a giveaway ticket, it has started this week. If you type !ticket in the chat, you can be in a chance of winning yourself a mystery dice bag. So get in there and get some free shit. Woohoo! Also, if you want 10% off at mysterydicegoblins.uk, you can type in code WYRD, WYRD, and get 10% off. Type what? So last we left off, we had a little !ticket is the
Oops, I thought it was.
!ticket, and it will give you a chance of winning a mystery dice bag. Last we left off, as a culmination of all the time that Persephone has been gone, you guys were on a boat, and then you got off a boat, and then you were in the city, and then you went to a bathhouse, and that was pretty much all that happened. And there was a little bit of shopping in between. But we pick off the night before being a very hazy mess for all of you. Whilst you didn't participate in too much drinking, it was spent in an oddly restful carousing. Some light mead or wine, not really the enchanted cocktails that set you on a path of various shenanigans, mainly Zephyr, who isn't here today. But we pick up as all of you are gathering outside in the morning, the Tavern of the Tempest Respite. You have your horses, a donkey that seems to be milling about looking for someone, oddly.
It's me.
And just a light buzz in your head, so just a soft lingering of a headache. Take it away.
He's back in that sport.
Oh god.
It's mornings like these. I miss Persephone. You know, bit of healing, anti-toxination in the morning. Best hangover cure I've ever met.
Yeah. It was a very eventful and relaxing day for sure.
Yeah, that massage did me the world of good.
God, mate, I've never seen you smile that much before. Must have been good.
It was. There's this just like smile on Nim's face of like, that was such a good day.
Right.
Well,
We're off to the tower again?
we're off to see the wizard.
Should we is Persephone with us now, or is she still like doing her own thing and we've got to go find her first?
That's what I was gonna ask. Am I gonna be? I don't want to just like show up if he's like got something in planned, you know. I don't want to just be like, I'm here. He's like, no, you're not.
Kozar's just like behind, just like with a big
Oh,
bag
leave him.
of shopping.
I'm pretty sure I'm probably gonna leave him behind. Just don't want to assume that I'm there.
At the moment, it's Kaelin, Keenan, Zephyr, and Nim.
Right. Should we grab
mean,
breakfast to go and go find Persephone, or do you want to meet up and then all sit down together and catch
Oh
up?
my god, yes. We need to go find Persephone because then it means that I get to go to the cottage, you know, where she lived before the whole. It's like she can't like. I mean, it might be a bit weird because obviously she doesn't live there anymore. But we're gonna go find Persephone.
Would it be okay if, like, I came and I've never been to the cottage.
Me
I'd love
neither.
to see
That's
it.
why we need to go. Definitely, it'll be
It did.
so cool.
It sounded incredibly peaceful from what you described, so I'm down.
Mm.
Let's ask Lysander for directions. She like excitedly runs inside to go and find Lysander. She's like, "Oh my god!"
He is not there.
Oh no.
Oh god.
Have any of us actually been there, like in person?
It's
No,
Only Persephone.
just Persephone. Okay. Wait. Jim's here, right? Outside. Was Jim there?
Yes, Jim is.
No,
is
Jim
here.
was not there.
Oh, I was gonna say
I
we
got
could
Jim
use him like a
afterwards
really.
and went into town. I went into town after I'd been to hers, and then bought Jim to come to you guys.
I was gonna say we could use him as like a really crap sniffer dog.
How dare you?
It's a whore. It's a donkey.
It's cool.
He may be able to
Emerald.
find Persephone though.
Emerald, can you roll me a d20, please?
Of course.
Ooh.
That's a 13.
There's a moment where Zephyr winces, and it's almost like she's trying to listen to a scrambled voicemail. And she just looks up and begins walking off in one direction.
Zephyr? I'm gonna like run after her.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Zephyr, are you okay? And like trying to catch up.
So there's almost a haste to the way she moves, and every now and then you see her feet just leave the floor in an excitement of levitation, floating along the stone paths, winds between crowded streets that slowly fade and sort of spread out into just a soft mingle every now and then of an odd citizen. You can see yourself going towards an area, and Keenan, as you're making the way, you remember that at one point you had stood in the city and looked across, and as you did, you had seen two people standing in the shelter of very tall, crowded buildings. There was a gap, and those two people were stood on the edge of what appeared to be an outcrop. Zeph is leading you towards where that was, and as that din of the city begins to fade, you find a small cottage nestled in between cold, towering white stone buildings. It's a cozy haven, vibrant greens and browns, and even in the morning light, it seems to radiate this beautiful warmth. Nim, you spot first. It's very knotted, honey-coloured wood. There are glass trinkets and charms embedded in parts of it. Tiny bird houses hang under the eaves, each one a perfect miniature version of the cottage itself, inviting birds to flit and come and go. This little pocket of nature, the sounds of the bustling city seem to fall away, as you notice enchanted lights within the birdhouses begin to twinkle. The air here is different, soft and untouched by the city. And sitting on the porch, next to an empty chair, is a very familiar purple-skinned tiefling.
Nim runs up and is like, oh my god, is this her house? Oh my god, hi Persephone, is this her house? Is this, oh my god, can you show me?
Persephone is just wide-eyed, what is happening? It's never seen Nim so excited, so she's just kind of what? What's going on? And then, after a beat, it sort of clicks in her head, and she goes, oh, yeah. And then she gets up, brushes herself down. Because you can probably imagine that she was eating something, because there's crumbs all down her. It's oh, shit, I just gotta quickly make sure I look disgusting. And then she leads, she grabs Nim's, holds her by the wrist. Lightly, she's not squeeze, she's not trying to hurt you. She's kind of pulls you along, and as she pulls you in through the door, she starts pointing out various things.
Mm-hmm.
The shields that are painted.
Okay.
And these are just things that I'm remembering off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And
Nim, in your rush of information that's suddenly hitting you all at once, make me a perception check.
Ooh, okay. That is a natural 20.
Okay. So, Hiccups has already heard this, or rather read this, but it's slightly different.
Oh god.
Crossing the threshold of the former champion of the Guardian, who has now passed beyond the veil. The contrast between what you had come to know as her very powerful presence and her home couldn't be more striking. Plush, oversized armchairs are draped in thick blankets embroidered with protective sigils and humorous sayings in languages you don't recognize. Zephyr happens to read out a couple. One reads, "Don't test my patience," while another declares, "The Guardian protects," but so does this blanket. It's a very endearing and unexpected vision. And off to one side, there's quite a formidable mannequin with very familiar golden armor resting upon it. A soft chuckle draws your attention as Kozar stands next to the mantle upon which a small flickering hearth has already been made. In his hand is a rather large tankard, and you can see steam rising from it with his morning coffee. The mantle is overcrowded with candles of every color imaginable, each emitting a different delicate scent. The air is filled with a mixture of fragrances that are oddly comforting, as if the smell of sunshine after rain and the home itself could be captured and woven into the very walls. There is a softness here that feels entirely unlike the stone and steel of the city outside. Persephone drifts your gaze to a wall adorned with very hand-painted shields, each bearing the emblem of Cinera's homeland, but decorated in a way that surprises you. Instead of the stern, austere symbols of a warrior, each shield is painted with very gentle scenes of nature. A fox darting through wildflowers, a squirrel clutching an acorn as if it were a noble crest, a doe standing quietly near a tree's protective branches. With each gentle stroke, you see the different sides that had been Cinera. A quiet joy that softens the image you have of the warrior. Along the windowsill, a collection of handmade plush animals, a rabbit, a dragon, and a lion, each one lovingly stitched together from a patchwork of cloth, sits proudly on display. The colours and patterns are as varied as they are curious, each piece seemingly gathered from far-off lands and stitched together with care. You notice material you had known as Imber silk from the town of Masmir. A glimpse into Cinera's journeys and the sentimental souvenirs she's kept along the way. The thing that you notice most of all is an absence. Cinera's glaive, a weapon that has seen countless battles, a symbol of her duty, Persephone had known to be displayed instead of on a grand rack, leant casually against an oversized armchair. It is missing. You find yourself struggling to find any fault between the raging fires of battle that you'd come to know of the Asamar warrior and this very homely scene before you. It does seem to make sense in an odd way. And there's just a soft silence as Nim is taking all of that in. The rest of you clustered in the doorway, you do see it, but giving her enough space to breathe it all in.
At this point, Persephone would have let go of her hand and taken a few steps back to give her that space as well.
I think Nim would kind of drink it all in and then go and focus on the Imbar silk. I'm probably
Imbar silk,
that wrong.
yes.
Yeah, and just kind of almost initially not want to touch it because she's like, this isn't my stuff, but also oh my god, she went to my home, nobody is being there, and she picks it up and just kind of looks to the others this is from my village. No, nobody's been to my village, but she went to my village.
Persephone just sort of stifles a giggle, puts her hand over her mouth because she's like, holy fuck, she's so adorable. What is happening?
Possibly scouting out her successor. Who knows?
No. Keenan will kind of wander slowly in, kind of a little bit subdued, and kind of stand next to Persephone and kind of do a little shoulder nudge and go,
Cute.
hey, you alright?
She instinctively just kind of drops her head onto his shoulder and goes, I'm alright, I guess. Why are you guys here?
Nim wanted to see the cottage and I mean, I wanted to find you
Did
before
you miss
kind of
me?
we moved
Oh.
on. You know,
Oh.
kind of
That's
say
fine.
goodbye.
What?
Well, I'm assuming you've done what you need to now, and
I hope you didn't plan on going anywhere without inviting me.
well, that's partly why we're here, to let you know where we're going. But I'm just assuming that, and he kind of like tilts his chin towards Kozar, that we'd be going our separate ways now.
I owe you. He owes you. She like points at him. Like he owes you his life. I owe you his life. I owe you, and she like prods him in the chest. Literally my life. There's no way I'm not helping you. You quite literally taunted a god to save me.
Yeah, well, that's.
Anywhere you go, I'm going.
I mean, we're not planning on going anywhere dangerous, but we've been all around enough to know adventuring isn't exactly planned. Plus, so I don't know if you got my note, but we were in the bathhouse yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
So much happened. Oh my god. Anyway, I don't know if you got my note, but there's a picture there that I think you probably should have a look at, and that might lead you into a different direction to us. Particularly the reflection of it.
Yeah, you need to see that.
Okay, well we can stop by before we leave for where did you say you were going? Sorry about
We're gonna
that.
see who.
Who?
Who?
Oh, who?
Never gonna get old.
I just can't help myself. Okay. We can just stop by this bathhouse. Have I been to this bathhouse before?
No.
Okay. So, like I was in this city for ages, and I never even knew there was a bathhouse. Not that I never bath. I'm not just.
Keenan will kind of like, you know that like straight lined mouth, like not a smile, not like a frown, just like and like just pointedly stare at Persephone's hair.
Like I don't know how to. I don't own a brush. It's not dirty. It's just not. Shut up. She like just like starts playing with it, like all anxious.
There's still a leaf in there.
Like that's from. She's gonna like immediately like make a joke that she's instantly gonna regret. And she goes, "That's from where I was rolling around in the grass earlier." So she's like, with no one.
There it was.
With no one. Like, shut up.
Counts because it's got
joking.
all
It's what I meant about you having different priorities and things to be doing right now, like rolling around in the grass with
I was joking. I have
somebody.
not rolled in the grass. I don't know how this leaf got in there. It's like trying to pull it out, but it's like tangled in all her hair.
I think that leaf is from that village we rescued.
I swear to God, Keenan, I'm going to wring your little
That
neck.
was like 3 weeks ago.
They've been in the ocean since then.
True.
He's like, no, shut up. I don't know how it got here. There's nature all over this place. It probably just came from. Just shut up. You're going to see who? We can go see who. I'll come with you to see who.
Well, we're thinking of maybe spending a couple of days there.
That's cool. That's cool. I wanna learn more about that constellation room they got going on and why that weird ghost boy was staring at me.
That's a really good point. See the image at the bathhouse first, for sure, if that's what you want to do.
Is it related?
Yes.
Okay. Alrighty
Like
then.
I would describe it to you, and you know how well I can paint a picture with my
Mhm.
words, but you really need to see this for yourself.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, we can stop by. She then turns. to
Don't worry
Kozar.
about bringing like bathing garments. Like everyone just goes
Well, I'm not
naked
gonna
while
get-
we're there.
No, sweet child, I am not even going in to the no. Keenan, just because everybody sees you naked does not mean they need to see me naked. Ain't nobody seeing me naked except for me.
Everyone there is naked. It's like customary.
Not me. Won't do it. Nuh-uh. Stop trying to eye up my goods. It ain't happening.
No fair. I saw Kaylin's goods yesterday
You saw my bare chest, Keenan. Calm down.
with glowing runes and shit on.
Some
There's
scars,
like a-
yes.
Oh my god, you glow too? And she's like, her stars are gonna like.
There's
glow
like
on her
a
cheeks.
soft slurping sound, and Kozar's still leant against the mantle, just sipping his coffee, listening to this entire conversation. There's like a delicate curl at the corner of his tusk as he's just smirking,
She,
maybe
like,
imagining some
slowly
things.
looks
Who
over at
knows?
him. What? She's like, you hear this, Keenan? Now he's picturing you naked. Look at that. Look at that face.
I don't think it's me he's picturing naked.
Oh no, it is you.
Talon.
It's sad. It's in Keaton's mind.
No. He just confirmed it's you. Look at
Yeah.
you, you little snack. But I digress. I'm still not gonna go in there naked. I will go in there fully dressed.
He's just messing
What
with you,
happened?
Seth. It's robes.
What?
You're all
No,
good.
Is he really? Like you see, like her shoulders fully like slump because she's embarrassed that she fell for it. She's like, oh, Keenan.
Like you can if you want to not wear a robe,
What
but
part
it's
of
not.
my reaction did you think I wanted to do that?
In all seriousness, you may, and this is complete guesswork, you may want to be taking a dip in one of the baths.
Mhm.
Why? Are you telling me I smell again? Because that's not cool.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh, but
You-
believe me, I
It
smell.
will make sense when you see it.
Okay. She's gonna like slowly turn to Kozar again and say, well, what are you gonna do? If I'm going away for a few days, I don't want you getting captured by no sexy vampire ladies again. Not that it matters to me about you.
I
being
mean,
with
if
sexy
the big
vampire
chap wants to
ladies.
come with us and get naked, like, I've got no objections.
Oh, fuck.
Well, you heard the man, and he just stands up, but immediately brushes past Keenan, and there's like a soft tap that you feel on your rear as he's moving. Just a gentle bonk, and then keeps going.
What? Great.
Eden
I
is
guess-
gonna like side of his mouth, like quietly turn, like speak to Persephone and say, "I think your boyfriend is after a menage a trois."
I think he's not my boyfriend. And then she's
Sure.
gonna follow him out. He's not. I'll have you know, I wrote about everything that they did here, and none of it was nookie.
I bet you did.
I thought you said you couldn't write smart.
I
Mm.
didn't. They were just catching up. And she was asking.
Is that what the
basically
kids are
about-
calling it?
I'm gonna actually fight you.
just really getting to know each other's bodies, right?
Stop it,
Uh-huh.
Loki.
Keeping it PG.
In that case, she is going to just walk past all of them with her head down. As usual, her stars are glowing bright and pink because she's embarrassed. And she's just powering through, leaving the cottage, making sure she has her stuff with her. And it's like, I'm out. Let's just fucking get this over with.
I was gonna say, if he
God
wasn't
help
a
me.
troll, he just spends the two weeks or so that we're here, like doing our own thing, just building a man cave at the side of the cottage.
Wouldn't put it past him.
It's got a little microbrewery going in the corner.
Hell yeah. Grows a mustache.
Oh god, Kozar with a mustache.
Oh,
Kozar with a
wee.
beard.
Hey.
Oh.
Good, I'll note that
I
down for later. Keenan leads the group as he usually does.
Can we
To-
go via the tavern to pick up the donkey?
Yes,
for
you may.
Persephone?
In
just
fact-
before we
second she
leave.
sees them. Oh.
Like before we leave the actual place, Nim is gonna like hold up that silk thing to everyone and be like, "Is it weird if I take this? Is it wrong? Because she can't consent anymore."
Nim, I think you can borrow it for now. And from what you said that you spoke to her, next time you speak to her,
I
say
can.
ask.
Guys, I need to take a nap. I need to take a nap. Yeah.
Can you make a perception check, please, Nim?
Ooh.
I can.
Oh my god.
That's a 10.
Cool, carry on.
Cool.
Persephone's going to. So she's got this necklace, pendant around her neck. She's gonna take it off, and she's going to walk up to Nim and start putting it over her head and latching it at the back and saying, "Sonara gave this to me when we first met, but I think that you should have it. I think this is something that was meant for you more than it was meant for me."
For me?
And then she's gonna like drop her hands and be like, "Okay, bye." And then she's gonna turn around and she feels awkward. And she's gonna be right behind Keenan leading the way out.
That's cute.
And Nim's like a little bit in shock, but like you could tell that it's like a happy shock, but she's just like not really like with it. She's just kind of like in a daze following everyone.
I'm just going to message in the chat what it is.
Oh, is it that pendant? Oh, yeah.
It's the locket. Yeah.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
locket she gave her when they first met.
Yeah.
And when Callan and Persephone broke out that spirit, it
Yep.
glowed. So she sort of figured it was like a holy symbol. And thought that it should belong to Nim more than it should her. She's been looking for a time to give it to her. So.
Mm-hmm. Keenan leads you over to the tavern, the Tempest Respite. And as you get there, there is a brief space of time that you sort yourselves out, recover the donkey. Good old Jim. Jim the donkey. And there's a soft voice off to one side, and you hear Kozar's name. And Lysander is stood in the doorway and sort of beckons him for a moment. And you see the two disappear into the shadow of the doorway of the tavern as the hot sun is blazing down on all of you.
You wouldn't believe that this motherfucker told me he didn't know what a roke was. And now he's off canoodling with Lysander. What is happening?
Is that a hint of jealousy I hear there, Persephone?
No, it's a... I don't know if he lied to me.
Don't you clerics have a thing for that? You know, where you can just do the magic and make people tell you the truth. You can plan to prepare it tomorrow and ask him then.
Maybe. I don't want to force magic on him to tell me the truth, though. He's
Well,
my
it can't be
friend.
that
He
important
should-
then.
He should offer it willingly, right? I'm just...
Absolutely,
being
consent
nosy.
is the most important thing.
Oh, Jesus. Let's just go. Let's just... Do we wait for him, or do we go to this bathhouse?
We'll go to Bathhouse, like, because we have to come back this way anyway. And A, to pick up the horses and the cart. You can bring the donkey if you want, but I don't think the donkey can come into the bathhouse. But I just wanted to let you know that we made sure that the donkey was safe.
Thank you.
Mhm.
She's gonna like cup his cheeks and pinch him. Like, you're the best. No. And then she's gonna like shove her head inside the tavern. Can she see Kozar?
No.
She's gonna. Can she see anyone?
There's a couple of patrons.
She's gonna say to them, "Hey, you see a handsome white-haired half-orc? Can you tell him he went to the bathhouse? His name's Kozar. He went off with Lysander, but we need to go. We'll meet him there."
There's the first person, like on your right as you enter the door. There's a very old man, sort of head first into his pint, who just looks up and he's like, and then just falls back asleep.
Fucking Christ. She's gonna like poke her head back out and be like, "Do you think he'll just know to meet us there?
He knows that's where we're headed.
Right? He'll know. I mean, it was his fault for walking off."
Like I say, we've got to come back this way, so either we'll meet him on the way back, he'll meet us there, or we'll stop in on the way back and find out if he's finished his business with Lysander.
Okay, let's go. Let's go see this.
In my experience, half orcs don't last that long.
Even with that relentless endurance.
let's just fucking go.
Not with Keenan, they don't.
No.
Can you please just lead the way, Keenan?
Yes, it's this way, and he's gonna hook his arm around hers, so they're like arm in arm walking towards the bathhouse.
So the bathhouse of Miradis sits on a slight hill, but it is one of the most opulent and well-frequented establishments in Irides Coast. It serves as a retreat and social hub for citizens of all walks of life. There's polished marble, intricate mosaics, and flowing water features.
No, this shitty pen.
And there's a definite scent of citrus and sea salt that lingers in the air. In the central fountain of the grand entrance and foyer, there's a fountain that's shaped a lot like a sea nymph that pours cool, refreshing water into a basin, above which, reflected, is a big mosaic of constellations. Some representing different deities, different heroes of legend, with small, delicate golden links between some of the stars. The one that draws the immediate attention, pointed out by Keenan, is a rather beautiful depiction of what appears to be some sort of female deity. And the reflection underneath it is a infernal, perhaps, representation of their mirror image. And the thing that draws your attention the most is the constellations that make up part of that image are also painted across some of Persephone's skin.
She's gonna just sort of like peer at it, and then she's gonna like, you guys are gonna be like so confused. She's gonna start like moving bits of her clothing so that she can see. She's like lifting up her sleeves, like she like slightly lifts up her dress so she can see the ones like on her legs. And she's like, "Huh, that's crazy. That's so weird." And then she, being the fact that she's not very bright, she's gonna be like, "Huh, wins." It's just gonna, like, it says, why did you think this was gonna take me in a different direction? This is just, I don't know.
So
It's just cool.
these constellations,
Yeah.
mirror the
Me.
well, not just mirror, but are the same ones that are on you that we haven't seen anywhere else, that aren't in the night sky. Like, this could, tell you a little bit about where they come from.
From this lady?
Yes, I thought you might want to find out about who this lady is and who her mirror is.
Keenan, I wouldn't even know where to start. I don't know who this deity is. I don't.
That's why we are here.
There is
He's gonna
a
grab her arm
soft
again.
cry, an exclamation of joy as you hear a Keenan, my darling, and a very notable, mature.
Yes, that's who I was going to be looking for.
Sort of swans her way over. She has a very wise twinkle in her eyes, especially when she looks at Keenan and Kaelin,
Oh,
and
what
is
did you
just
guys do
swanning
to
about the
lady?
place. You can see like small jeweled bangles on one of her arms, and maybe a low cut dress that's probably too low.
See your belly
As
button.
the mistress of the bathhouse greets Keenan.
Something's gonna lean next to him, like, who this? Who this lady?
Yes, just the lady that I was hoping to see today. And like Keenan is going to do the actor like kiss on the cheek thing. Like we're old friends now. Like,
Yeah.
we're fully in it. And he's going to go, I'm so glad that we run into you. We came especially to see you. Because unfortunately, I'm going to have to go away for a few days. But before we do, my friend here has some questions about this beautiful art piece. And I just knew you'd be the person to speak to as the, proprietor and mistress of this fair establishment. Stephanie?
Dear, close your
I'm
mouth.
Persephone. Oh.
It's not a good look.
Instantly close their mouth and is trying to talk through it.
Keenan and Kellen just look at her and say the same thing. Close your door.
Perhaps a seat somewhere to have a chat. And
No, it's
while
fine,
we're at
it's
it, someone sorting out her hair, maybe? Yeah.
Oh, come on.
Of course, yes. I believe Alea might have some time.
Can I really don't. It's fine. I'm fine.
There is
Fine.
a sort of gentle nudging as you are guided alongside with Keenan towards
No,
a
please.
beautiful set of sofas, like a weaving artistry of very low settees that sit across the entrance. A lot of pillows, a lot of silk, and just gently place you down. And she sits by you, and then there's almost a rippling of the water behind you as this woman, who to some of the players is very familiar, especially Nim,
Oh, you.
and rises out of the water and just begins combing her hands through your hair, and you can feel the knots of your hair begin to
What is happening?
sift into delicate curls.
Her shoulders are up by her ears. She's like very uncomfortable. Like,
If
these strange
if
people
Nim-
touching me.
if Nim could go any redder, then she is. She's just like,
She's still got her shoulders up by her ears, and she's like, I match the constellations, and she like shows them her arm. She's like, that's all. I don't. Who is this lady?
Would you like me to translate?
It
Could
was
you
like-
tell us about the
If you could, dear,
beautiful
that would be
picture
great.
there? Who this picture depicts, and any story or folklore behind it?
Why, of course. You obviously must know the depiction. No? Oh, okay.
No.
Well,
No.
I would
Sorry, that was
assume
aggressive.
you would. Eridus, the weaver.
Yeah,
is known
well,
in
yeah.
in many temples, seen through many visages, but the depiction we love the most is, of course, that she controls the stars in the night sky, and all who pass beyond the veil to live in her grace become one of the sparkling diamonds that we see at night. That depiction is her. And of course, the people beneath her are the astral bound, who were once her warriors, and unfortunately now not seen much of these days. Do you not know your own heritage? And she's sort of prying into Persephone.
Persephone just immediately, despite not knowing this woman at all, spills her gut. She's like, yeah, well, I don't normally look like this. I mean, heritage? I don't think so. This isn't my heritage. This isn't me. I'm not. What did you say your name was?
I am Nerea. She's a very strange creature, but of course, someone as well educated as yourself, Keenan, would know that the Astral Bound were the ancient race of fiendish heritage tied directly to the astral plane, and during the Sundering, they, alongside the heralds of Asmodeus, were the intermediaries who could manipulate the boundaries of reality and the planes to help control the elemental chaos that was unleashed during the war. The connection to the astral sea gave them a unique ability to perceive and influence the strands of fate, guided by, of course, Our Lady Weaver. They could traverse the planes with more ease than other mortals, and many of the Ilios-san served as messengers and scouts for her, traveling between the mortal realm, the nine hells, and the astral plane to deliver important information or assist in containing the elemental forces. Unfortunately, with the sundering of the spire, a great deal of them were passing messages to Asmodeus and were caught in the hells, and that is where they have remained, growing their small community into a vibrant and beautiful city.
I'm not, you can see that she is more relaxed. She's less panicky and flustered. Like, she's so slowly sort of gotten used to the woman playing with her hair. So she's like more, I don't know. You can understand her now.
Mm.
And she keeps going a little bit. She explains that even during the time of their existence on every plane, they were not very numerous. It would be very rare that you would find one, and usually you would find one in each regiment of the armies against the Stormcaller. But again, they were very instrumental in weaving the divine and infernal together, which was, of course, very unusual. And often, in a lot of paintings or depictions of meetings, as a effort to conceal whom they were and continue their ensure their survival and make sure that they weren't hunted by any remnants of the Stormcaller or his cultish allies. They were removed from all depictions and tapestries during that time.
I don't think that I'm one of these people. I may look like one. I may hold the weavers' constellations. But she like sort of slumps in her chest and says, I'm not infernal. I'm not this.
Oh, they're not infernal, dear. They never were. It's a common misconception that tieflings are in fact infernal. It's more of a complicated situation.
You guys can see that she's like clenching her hands together now, and like her nails are like digging into the back of her hand. And she's like, no, I'm not a tiefling. She's like, I'm not. She's like, and you can see that she's like having this battle like in her head, and then her hands sort of raise up to her temple, and she's like, I'm a fucking elf.
So
I'm not a tiefling.
have you just been
Keenan
disguised
is just
the whole
gonna
time, or-
whisper in her ear and go, minor grammatical correction, I think you were an elf. Now you're a tiefling.
This isn't me. This isn't...
It is who you are now.
Too right. And Kozar's just leant against a pillar. What you find disturbing is none of you noticed that he had joined you. And what would be even more concerning is that a lot of you had looked at him at one point during this conversation and not realized whom he was.
Oh no. Oh god.
It takes you a second to recognize the previously worn appearance of Persephone's friend, but there is a soft silence as he's looking across all of you, and a gentle, confident, smug smirk. Gone is the previous ragged leathers and borrowed cotton shirt he had been wearing. Instead, you all can't but help observe from head to toe. His boots, previously worn and scuffed, replaced with a beautiful dark brown leather, almost black. As they rise up to his calves, you notice intricate curling embroidery at the top, a very leafed pattern, and distinctive steel plating to his toe caps. His breeches, dark brown, sit tight on his form, small scale-like imprints along the side of his thighs. His shirt, distinctively clean, peeks out from under the confines of a beautiful set of light brown armor. The material underneath is dark, and for a moment you hint a slight tinge of blue in the sun, or red, and then you realize a mix of the two, a dark shade of purple. His hair, braided once more into a long tail that curls down his back, the sides now properly shaved to reveal swirling silver tattoos that line his ears, whilst the braids at the back have been entwined with a long curling strip of lavender silk. The ebony of his slightly jutting teeth, hint of gold, small lines fixing where they had been cracked by impacts of steel or vicious torture, you can't really tell. The muscles of his arms shift beneath the beautiful leather, effortless, unhurried as he adjusts his stance, turning to face you all, briefly shielding his glittering azure eyes from the harsh light. You notice shining steel gauntlets and plates lining the outer portion of his forearms. And once more along the sword arm of his right shoulder, each plate stamped with a small sharp pattern of tiny circles with small lines emanating from them. The curves of his large torso is also outlined by lines of leathers laced parallel along his body in two long vertical strips downwards. A beautiful scimitar sits upon his hip, his hilt glinting as he moves. Keenan is the first to notice that there's something similar about it. And there's another hilt, the long handle of a blade poking out behind him to his side as you spy a horizontal sheathed dagger, too long to be a blade of the streets, yet too short to be a sword. Keenan, can you make an insight check, please?
Absolutely.
Oh my
And
god.
Kaylin, can you make a... Oh, no, sorry. Kaylin, can you make an insight check? And Keenan, can you make a history check?
History,
Oh my
okay.
goodness.
Oh, that's a
Sorry.
6. I do not know.
It's a dirty 20 from me.
Okay. Kaylin, there's a way that he stands and holds himself. The leathers look like a second skin, almost like he's been wearing them for years.
Mhm.
Even with a low roll, there aren't many people who can easily wear new armor without some difficulty.
Mhm.
Nim, can you make a perception check as well? Let's get all of you in this.
But not me.
Nope.
Oh,
14.
Good enough. You sort of nudge Kaylin. If Persephone's audible gasp hadn't drawn all of your attention, you wouldn't have even noticed him, despite his heavy carved and sculpted stature. There is a twitch in his left hand, instinctively towards the back-held knife, as soon as Alea tugs a little too hard on Persephone's hair. Almost like a knee-jerk reaction. Keenan, your history check, how did it go?
Natural 20. Not
Oh my
natural 20,
God.
sorry, a dirty 20.
Well, I mean, a 20's pretty fucking good. If you didn't know any better, Kozar is the spitting image of an environment you were taught extensively to be cautious of. Much rougher beginnings than your own. You aren't even sure if Persephone knows this, but there is a tilt in the way that he moves his hip as he reaches for that blade. There's a side profile of one of his feet that shifts. And you've seen this in some of your travels. There was a brief time that at the whim of your mother you were sent to the city of Silver. In where there was a certain fighting style taught only to the Kazaxi enforcers of the Undercity. And you know that when you saw that blade that he's wearing, Lysander had worn it on his back, and whilst he fought with a trident, that blade had previously had the symbol of a dolphin on it, something you knew you wouldn't forget because it held a personal relation to yourself. This time, it has been remade into the curling form of what's known as a Rukar Widow, a spider that's found in the lost lands of Iridia, where the Echian orc tribes roam, who are known to coat their blades with its blood to ensure that even someone survived the brutality of their attacks, they would die. And as this is happening, after a very long, awkward pause, there's a creaking leather movement as he coughs slightly in one hand, an eyebrow expectantly looking at all of you, as if to ask, what the fuck are you looking at?
Persephone immediately goes, nothing. Ah.
Keenan will take a beat and then go, well, your man does scrub up nice, Stephanie.
He's not my man.
Well, he's not mine.
Well, I can
He's
leave
his
if you
own
like
man.
flowers.
No, that's not what I said. I was just saying that you're not.
Mm-hmm.
You don't belong to
Mhm.
me.
Mm-hmm.
Stop mm-humming me. I don't like this.
This is where we actually find out he's actually like a butler or something. Just been keeping it up the whole
Like a
time.
shape change.
Yes, Miss Bloom, I will see you shortly.
It's like an Alfred like assassin.
Persephone is going to, considering she didn't do any of these checks, didn't know anything about this shit. Would she have seen him in armor like this before when they first met?
Sort of. He always wore very thick but light, heavy leather armor.
Yeah.
Not quite to this scale. it was always a bit beaten up, a bit roughed, probably covered in dirt.
She will say, she'll like give him another quick little look up and down, and then say, "You've gone up in the world, I see. You used to wear, I don't know, rougher clothes like me." And she looks down at her like super rough looking clothes.
Well, yeah, I had to fit in
Fit in where?
with you.
Look at me.
Exactly.
They were just saying they found leaves in my hair. She like looks down, right. She's like, shut up.
But now protection takes priority over concealment. And there's a soft
You would-
glance at Kaelin.
Everything okay?
Protection from
Mhm.
Galen.
No. But people-
Insight check.
He's like, but,
Am I?
but people like him. And you can roll an insight check.
Oh my god.
Can I just outright, if it's okay with the others, can I just outright ask him if he's talking about Brackle?
Yes, you may. Yes. He absolutely... He doesn't even say anything. There's just like a narrowing...
Just a nod.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got a 26 on my insight check, but I guess we don't need it now.
Kozar was in the sanctum for a very long
Yeah.
time. He has definitely met more than one of the leaders. Obviously Amma was their leader, but she must have had lieutenants, one of which you have met. And he is very much does not like Kaelin because of who he is.
Okay. She's gonna say to him, "It's okay, I didn't trust him either when I first met him.
Makes sense.
Not because of who he is, he's just
Just to clarify,
A
Kozar,
green
just to give you a
person.
bit of a peace of mind, when I met Brackle, I had him strung up and almost killed the first time I met him.
Yeah,
It's
no,
not
that
what I
does,
stand for.
that does actually help.
It's not what I stand for. But
he's
I
not
can
obsessed
I
with
can
his lady friend.
Stephanie, shut up.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're allowed to tease me, but I can't tease you guys. It's fine.
I was gonna show you my letter, but I'll keep that for
Ooh,
another
yeah,
time
'cause
now.
you haven't seen it.
He just like tucks it back into his like.
She's gonna be like, yeah, sleep well, Callan.
I don't sleep. That's the funny thing.
She's like, but you dream and you'll be distracted. She's like, I'm gonna fucking get my hands on that letter, motherfucker. I'm gonna do it. It's mine.
I'll just do my mind link thing to Persephone and just go, "I'll see you in your dreams." Just as
You see her, like everyone else, obviously sees her like swatting away, like an invisible fly. She's like, get on my head, get on my head. Creepy bastard.
Your conversation is once again interrupted as the short sound of tiny feet, tiny wet
my
feet,
God.
come pitter-pattering, and Kaelin is full force tackled to the floor by a surprisingly strong tiny form. Emerald, if you would like to describe Pipkin's and her upgrade, if she has any, with becoming the High Protector of the Tower of Kirramun.
Of course.
Motion.
Barreling towards you, you see a tiny halfling young lady. A big, wild set of ginger curls that are just unkempt. Freckles on her face. She wears a pretty simple dress that is kind of like tied up underneath it, pantaloons that are bound by the end of her pant legs. She has protective bandages over her hands and over her feet, and she is bare feet, apart from the bandages. Yeah, she comes running at you full force, and she's like, Haven't seen you in ages.
It's nice to see you as well. Took me a bit by surprise there.
Callan, there is a wincing reminder of pain as you distinctly recall the events now of the night before, where you had drunkenly entered the fighting pits.
Oh, you didn't do it again.
And
my God,
Pipkin had defended her long-reigning 6-time champion of the Tempest Respite fighting pits by throwing you very hard against Mitz's cage.
Okay. Have I got claw marks all over my back now from...
Yes.
I punched Kaelin in the shoulder. You lot have seen a lot of stuff, haven't you? You look quite different from last time.
Yeah. We did do a little bit of shopping. We're still waiting on some of those items to go pick them up on the way back.
The postal service sucks here, I'll be honest with you.
I can guarantee you we smell a lot better than last time you saw us.
Yeah, well, I see you finally found where you need to go.
Yeah, it was very insightful. A few of us
It's
had some
Persephone's
eye-opening
first time.
Well, you didn't have to out me like that. Goddamn.
There's for everything, isn't there? It took me ages to get who over here, I'll tell you that much.
I don't smell. I'm not just a stinky, dirty person. I know what a bath is.
Absolutely. Pipkin,
Shut up.
so good to see you. How's the new job? You're looking well for it.
Oh, it's great. I've been, fighting loads of people. I gotta say, it's exciting. I've got lots of sparring partners. I am a menace right now. I tell you that much. I'm fast as fuck. I throw more punches than you could ever count. I'm excited.
I love it. And who's paying you well? I know that was kind of left a little bit up in the air last we saw you. Who?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah, he pays me fairly. I mean, I've got a place to live. I have all the drinks I need, water, of course, and yeah. I'm living pretty well.
There is a distinctive waft of alcohol coming from her. Not enough that you would assume she's a drunk, but she's had at least a beer already, and it's probably like 10 o'clock in the morning.
It's like, girl. Persephone just straight up says it. Persephone straight up, without no filter. Girl, it is the morning.
Yeah.
It is also the evening somewhere.
Oh my god.
Nim, can you make a insight check, please?
I can try. I'm not very good at this.
I believe in you.
3.
You can't do it. No, you can't.
No, I can't.
Rude.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary.
Awesome. Everything
Funnily
is
enough, Pipkin, we were planning on playing Who a Visit later.
Yeah, if we're done here, should we go?
Yeah, quite literally now. We just wanted to check in on this place, and then we're going to make our way up to the tower.
Well, what are we waiting for? I'm sure it's chuffed to see some more guests.
Yeah, do you want to come with? We've got space in the wagon.
Of course.
Keenan, can you make an insight check, actually, now that you've said that?
Okay. Like next ASI, I'm going to have to bump up my wisdom. My insight's rubbish.
I need to just...
It's a 5.
Oh, child.
Mm-hmm.
Me sat here with my +6. So the insight, not being able to help.
I'd say, what's your passive insight, Hiccup?
Oh, God knows. Hold on. Hold your horses. Give me two. Passive insight, 16.
That is the number. Although the bathhouse is very popular, the question that hits your mind is, if she guards who, why is she in the bathhouse?
Is who with you? She'll just say completely off the cuff. Who? Is he with you?
DM, is he?
We know why, but we don't actually know his
Yeah,
character.
we know why out of character.
I don't.
There is a soft background twanging that most of you hadn't already gotten used to. First time for Persephone. Almost a secret tunnel-esque tune of the downfall and the end of times, and how the gods shall once again conquer the mortal plane. And there's a delightfully floating man off to one side, quite young, playing a lute, and Pipkin just nervously slides her eyes that way, and then just realizes, yeah, she might as well tell you, who is currently disguised as a bard and is floating
Oh my
around
God.
the bathhouse, singing disturbingly upbeat songs about the end of the world.
Just
I
definitely
mean, if
just, like,
you looked
look
at you
through.
right, maybe you'll see him.
That's not who. Who's a little old man?
Oh, you'd be surprised, dear.
She like looks at him again,
Oh,
and then she's just gonna get up, like with this woman's hands still in her hair. She's just gonna stand up, be tugged back for a second, and then be like, "Get off me!" And she's gonna walk straight over to. She's like, she's just gonna barrel straight over to him and be like, "Your song's dark.
Yep.
Who are you?"
Oh, that's the question, isn't it?
Yeah, no, there's no. I know. I'm not an idiot. What are you doing?
And then there's a soft like look, and he recognizes Keenan, and he's like, "Because why would I be any different?" Shit.
What is... She's like, "What are you? Why are you doing this?" She's like trying to whisper to him. Why? I think they were coming to see you. I don't know why they were coming to see you, but I think they wanted to come and see you. So why are you here?
Oh, fuck it. And there's like a shimmer as the illusion drops, and who's just sat on top of a very grumpy looking owl who had been lifting him off the ground. Even though he could use magic, he'd rather use the owl.
Fair brand.
Makes total
And
sense.
you
for
will
it.
see Archmage Who, the towering mage of the Tower of Kirramun and completely insane wizard. Pipkin! They blew my cover!
I know. I tried to conceal it.
It's
I mean,
whatever.
you could have just stayed disguised and spoken to me like a normal person.
Yes, that would have made sense.
Yeah. I
It's
know, I
fine.
disguise myself too sometimes. You could have just...
Really?
It's absolutely fine. I know why you were undercover here, like especially yesterday, was to catch sight of me naked. It's fine. Fully
Don't you
appreciate
know
it.
it? And he gives you like a wink.
Because we're both
Oh my
bullshitting.
God.
Right?
Oh no, Persephone believes it. Persephone's like, oh my god.
we played a game of what the
everyone.
fuck is up with that, Persephone. Yesterday,
What
last time we were in the
was that?
bathhouse.
What did you do with that?
And who kept guard for us? So what the fuck is up with that? For example, I asked Callan, what the fuck is up with the dream shit? Yeah.
Okay.
So we went around and everyone kind of told
Well,
some
I'm
secrets.
glad I missed that.
It's fine.
For
I
no
told everyone your
particular
secrets
reason. You don't know
on your
my
behalf.
secrets.
I know all your secrets.
You know one secret, and now I've just exposed it to everyone else. So joke's on you.
Joke's on you because you don't know our secrets.
Well, I don't care to know them.
It was a wild ride.
It
I
was
believe
indeed.
that. But like, seriously, why is who here?
I mean,
I like the steam.
She just looks at him and she's like, "You are the craziest archmage I've ever met." She goes, "I'm the only one I have ever met, so."
Why? Because he bathes.
Because he likes
Yeah.
the steam.
as far as Persephone's concerned, anyone that bathes is a bit weird.
I hate you all. I don't just not bathe. She like turns to Kozai and is like, I'm clean. Like she wants him
he's
to know
like-
more than anyone else.
He just holds his hands up. He's like, I'm not getting involved.
That is a wise man.
Everybody needs a little R&R.
She like
Even the archmages.
she
Don't blame him.
openly is pouting. She's just full pout. Like, you guys, I'm just not gonna talk anymore.
As you can tell, we missed you, Persephone.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
We did.
So I heard you're coming to the tower.
Yes.
Yes. Oh my god, who? I got a fucking library card. It's gonna be so cool.
You do?
Yes, we
Yes.
do. We both got
Nice. Because I lost mine, and I really need to do some research. And he sort of claps his hands in the clap on, clap off way. And you see like this bit of the fountain just begins spinning around. And Nerea's off to one side, and she's like, "Oh, not again!" And he jumps into it, followed by the owl, and just disappears completely. It's still
He just-
spinning.
This
Persephone's
is
gonna
kind of
push
a
Callan
for
in.
us, right?
She just push Callan in. She's gonna be like, "Payback," and push him in.
Yes.
I'm just gonna do the whole thing of like spinning around like on one leg, falling back. My hair gets caught in like my gauntlet on the other side and just fall through.
Persephone's just assuming it's some kind of portal, and she's just literally gonna push Callan in and be like, "Armor," because of the fact that he pulled her through a portal into the ocean.
In my defense, I did not pull you. You grabbed my arm and I jumped through. There's a difference.
We were holding hands.
That's what you got waiting on. You wanted to go to the tower, did you not?
Yeah,
I didn't have a choice. I'm wherever it ends
Is it
up.
a portal? I just pushed her through a portal.
I'm sure that's what they call it. I don't know. I'm not a wizard.
Neither am I. Neither are any of us.
I trust who, and I'm gonna
I'll see
dive
you on
in.
the flip side, and Pipkin dives in.
Mm-hmm.
Persephone's gonna be probably the one that hangs back, and she's gonna look at Nim's armor and be like, "Are you gonna drown?"
I don't know. Sure. And then Nim just like jumps in. She's like, "Fuck it. I've been in worse situations at this point."
She's gonna drown. Oh god.
Okay.
Persephone will grab Kozar. She'll just walk up to him, grab his hand, and pull him. And then she won't jump in like the others. She'll step in.
To Christmas. I need everyone but Pipkin to roll a dex save with disadvantage, please.
Oh god.
That's fine. This is fine. With disadvantage.
Yep.
Oh, why is it disadvantage? I rolled a nat 20.
Oh my
Oh
god!
Excellent.
Roll the one with the
no. Mine is an 8.
16.
Okay.
That's a
I rolled a nat
14.
20 and then that
Oh.
1.
Oh.
Oh no.
Ooh.
I rolled 16.
Ooh. You arrive last, and as you feel yourself hit the ground, you almost fall over, but Kozar quickly grabs your shoulder, keeps you stable as you slide across the marble floor of Who's tower. There's a clunking of armor and bodies and groaning as the rest of your companions, apart from Pipkin, who comes sliding in sort of risky business style,
Hot.
Yep. As the rest of your companions just tumble in a heap, all tangled in each other, followed by Nim, who hits both of them, fully armored, and
Oh,
Zephyr
ouch.
floating through the portal as if judging you all very silently, because she can levitate.
Mm.
I succeeded. Yes, Emerald.
That saved a day's travel, he says, face smushed in the floor.
Nim's immediately like, oh my god, I'm sorry.
Stephanie's got her hand out for Keenan to
Nim,
take.
that's my shoulder. No, help. Callum,
You
watch
guys are
our
just-
hands.
Watch
Hmm?
those hands.
Watch those hands. I don't think I got crushed, did I?
Stephanie immediately like takes a step back because she's like, I ain't getting pulled into this. I'm not. She like offered him. She offered Keenan her hand and then went, you know what? Never mind.
Nim like does the most ungraceful, like almost roll off everyone. Just like, I'm so sorry. Yeah. She's like, oh god.
It's okay. You've seen me do less graceful things. Are you guys gonna? Where's who? Can we see who?
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 You can see him. Him and Zephyr are currently attempting to see who can do the best backstroke midair.
Oh.
Show offs.
Love it.
Stephanie almost like considered jumping just to like flail in the air for a second, but didn't.
Seth, can you give me a hand up, please?
No, I'm scared you're gonna pull me over.
Damn it, you know me too well.
You see, like she's like clinging onto Kozar's arm, like not happening. If I go down, he goes down too.
I can do with that.
Oh god, I shouldn't have said anything.
I need.
Is that a hole that I just keep digging myself into? Just keep going. Oh, his dog's barking. Woo, woo, woo. Sorry.
But yes, you are currently in Archmage, whose penthouse, the top of the tower, or the bottom, or the middle. You don't know because it's all topsy-turvy.
Mm-hmm.
That very same beautifully large domed room. You see the owl has returned back to his perch, and Who and Zephyr are floating midair, doing the backstroke. But you are free to explore.
Remind me why you guys wanted to come here? You want to go to the library?
No, to the library. I
Well,
want
obviously,
to.
those of us that don't have library cards can't go in there.
I think we all do, don't we? After because we negotiated as a council, didn't we?
Yeah.
I
Oh,
wasn't there.
Thai party. What? You? Nah.
She's like, I don't have one.
It's fine. It's like Costco. You can bring a guest.
Yeah, because who said that? Like, it'd be good that we've got a library card because he needs to get in there and he doesn't have his.
Well,
So
he's also,
you'll be able to come in with us as well.
He's also the archmage. Like that I feel like he would just be allowed anyway.
Also, Archmage, in that case, he could give you permission.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You can try, but if not, I'm going to the
Fine.
constellation room.
Aiden's gonna run off like an excited kid because he wants to go catch up with Nyla at some point.
But before we all split up, children, I'm going to ask who if we can
That's
stay
probably
here for a
everything.
couple of days. So you don't have to scram everything in at once.
But Keaton!
But Dad!
So meet back here in, dinner time, and hopefully who will have somewhere for us to sleep and stuff. But we're not leaving straight away. We're staying for a couple of days if we can. All right? Now off you go.
And Nim just kind of looks a bit blankly at you and is like, but I thought we were going together.
You and I are Nim, but I can't trust them
Okay.
to be patient.
Kaylin's already
I
gone,
have
by the way.
plans.
It's like you still see the puffed outline of dust.
It just is like you just hear him shout up the like staircase. Sorry guys, I just really need to show Nyla this. It's so cool.
I think
Nerd.
he needs the bathroom.
He's a dork. That's what he is.
Yep.
Like, get it right in here.
If you guys go to the library, I will come with you. But if I can't get in, if they don't let me in, I'm gonna go to the Constellation.
Okay.
Okay. Let's chat with who first.
Who?
Sorry, who?
I love
Sorry,
that.
who?
That's a running
Who?
joke. It's my favorite. So simple
It's-
and so good.
It's our version of
Best.
"Are you pooping on a message?" That
Are
is
you
what our version
Yeah.
of it is.
Yeah, he's still in the room. He hasn't really gone anywhere.
So Keenan's going to approach him and go, "Hi, who? Sorry, talking about you in the third person with them, just trying to sort them out. Few things, sure you won't mind, but yeah, respectfully, we've come to visit you and the tower. Not just the tower.
Mhm.
Is it okay if we stay for a couple of nights to take it all in? And
Well,
by
I
all
mean,
means,
the only place that's open is probably Pipkin's. So that's really her decision.
We can have a sleepover.
yeah,
I love
Oh,
how
please,
she's
please
so
stay.
willing.
The other guards are such studs. I could use some interesting company.
Interesting's
absolutely.
definitely a word to describe us.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, we can all kind of like bundle in together and swap ghost stories or whatever. Be great.
Ghost
but I
stories. There's ghosts here.
Ghosts aren't real.
It's what we do at scouting camp. When all you send all the
okay.
kids away on holiday and they stay up at night and tell each other scary stories.
I think
I
we've
will say
been
none
through
of
enough
you have ever
scary
heard of that
stories.
before, apart from the overly privileged elf.
Like Persephone is like obviously she's thinking, is that an elf thing? I should know about this. Why don't I know about it? Why do I
Nick
not
just
know this elf
assumes it's
thing?
an elf thing.
And then
It's
she's
a
like,
rich
oh, I'm
person thing.
uncultured.
It is a rich person thing, yeah.
Just one time at band camp.
Exactly,
I hope
yes.
it's not that kind of camp. What do you mean exactly?
This is a camp that Keenan went to, and Keenan always carries an instrument with him, normally a flute. So, what do you think?
Oh my god. Oh my god. God, you did not. Oh my god. Move on.
moving on. Who? Like I say, we're here to see you as well, and I need to ask you a favor. Because I've come across a little bit something that's a bit tricky for me actually. And Keenan's gonna rummage through his backpack and pull out those crazy glasses that we got from that place.
Okay.
So normally, I can work out what things are and what they do with my magics, but these things I can't, and they absolutely freaking blinded me when I tried to use them. I'm hoping you, with your much superior knowledge and intellect, will be able to help.
You see, he peers at them, and he's like, "Oh, that's some bad juju right there." Surprisingly, I actually have no idea what that is. I
Okay.
rolled 2 ones.
Oh.
He knows that it's cursed. He has no idea how to fix it.
Can I mean, obviously, I don't want to be carrying these around if they're bad juju. Can I leave them in your care? Or can you point me in the direction of someone else that might be able to help?
Maybe someone who knows a bit more about enchanting objects? A dwarf or a goblin
Dwarves.
or a
Okay.
I don't know. Me or no. You can see Zeph off to one side. Zephyr.
Yeah.
She's like, what about a djinn? And she's sort of looking at him, and he's like, mm-hmm. Yes, them too. I suppose.
Okay. That's actually really helpful. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Now you said you wanted to get into the library?
Yes, but yeah. Forgot my card.
Library card. And he pulls out his library card. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to spending some study time with you.
You see, he. I need to roll for this. Yeah. You see, he looks at Persephone. He's like, "Have you not got one? Here, borrow mine."
What? You.
I
didn't
love
say
him
you
so
could
much.
Have one? I don't. Oh,
Just
yeah,
go with it,
okay.
Persephone. Just
What
roll with it.
about him? She gestures at Koza. I'm not leaving him behind, and can he be my +1? He's sort of like my shadow. Can't go anywhere without him.
Sure. And he like flicks his finger, and his card turns into 2.
Oh my god.
And Koza just delightfully picks it out. He's like, "Nice."
Persephone's gonna, just while she can, she's gonna get a little dig in and be like, yeah, when was the last time you were in a library, Koza?
Well, joke's on you, because I don't know how to read. And he walks off.
That's what I thought. You guys want to lead the way to this library then, and we can. I'm just here to aid your whatever you guys are looking for. I don't
However,
have any goals.
there is a delightful giggle as he looks at Pipkin, and he's like, "Why don't you go with them? Here, have one too." And he hands you a card so you can research whatever Pipkin might be interested in. And as he hands it over to her, there's a blue steel lines wrap and crawl along the portion of her hands. You can see a plate lines the knuckles, almost like a knuckle duster. A forceful point of impact that if she were to punch palm or hit someone in any way, perhaps it might do something else. They shimmer. And who has properly kitted out his designated warrior?
Adorable.
With a touch of something. But you won't know until you use them on someone.
Me. Don't hit me. I'm
Thank
so
you very
weak. Don't hit
much.
me.
And Pipkin naps the card very swiftly from his hand. I've been dying to get in there. I'm quite a reader.
I feel like Pipkin only reads naughty books. The way she said, I'm quite the reader. I don't know. It gives me those kind of vibes. I'm ready when you guys are, though.
Yeah, let's make our way.
Hate myself.
Yeah, you can make your way down to the library. Kaylin's already there with the doors wide open. The entire line of sight, as far as you can see, is filled with books and scrolls of various sizes and dimensions. Some of the shelves are upside down, sticking to the ceiling, but yet gravity seems to hold no purpose here. And as you're looking, you can see softly crawling large caterpillars that float across the halls. They seem to shimmer and sparkle with a blue light. you are free to have a look around. And you can each choose something to research while you're there. And sorry, Emerald, but you have another library session.
Oh no!
I
Persephone's gonna take another quick dig at Kozai and be like, if you need me to read anything for you.
He smiles, and there's almost like he scrunches his eyes for a minute, like he's hearing something. You'd seen something similar with Zephyr, and he looks at you, smiles a little bit, walks off, picks up a book, and like shoves it in your face, and you can see the shimmering appearance of letters that say "Reading for Dummies," and he's just like, "I have some stuff to do," and just walks off. He can read, but obviously the joke is continuing.
Yeah.
Pipkin darts off to the fiction section quite immediately, and she picks up like a pirate novel under the guise of learning about travel, but it's secretly riddled with smut.
See, I told you, I knew it.
Yes.
Knew it.
Is anyone looking at what book Pipkin grabs?
Oh, 100%. Persephone wants to know what everyone's
Persephone,
reading.
roll me a perception check, please.
Persephone's just
See if you know what
nosy.
this book is called.
Oh god.
Being
okay.
familiar with pirate ships, of course.
Oh, where is my perception? +4. My no math good 16.
As she picks it out and tries to lean the title away, you catch the glimpse of Ships and Hips, a lusty chest. And she's just
Persephone doesn't point it out though. She just smiles.
Is that from the Bills and Moon collection?
yeah.
Persephone's just gonna peek over her shoulder, she's trying to look at them. I got some learning to do too.
This one has diagrams.
Oh my god!
Wow.
It's gonna be so useful to me.
Of ships.
Yeah, it's gonna be so useful to me.
And
I love
cannons.
ships.
Sorry. I can't believe I said that. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Roll me an investigation check.
Sure. That's a 10.
Ooh. What are you looking for?
So initially, frivolously, he's going to look for a smarty novel like Tusk Love to hand to Persephone
What?
and recommend a reader.
Oh my God.
Half orc romance novelish.
Oh, I see where you're going with that. Yes, you pick out one called Roses and Thorns.
Oh
There
my
seems
God.
to be another pirate-esque fantasy of a very muscly half-orc captain.
She just sort of
Perfect.
stares at it in her hands. Bright red.
The depiction that's been carved into the leather, very nicely leather-bound book, immediately you get the sense that maybe someone might have written this about a particular person that you know, and
Yeah,
Keenan
I
had
thought
very expertly seen it before anyone else and shoved it in your face.
Do you
Perfect.
get to keep these books? Asking for a friend.
At the same time, I will say, who would be funniest to see this? Nim sort of bumps into Kozar a little bit, and in his hand, he's sort of holding it sideways. There's Roses and Thorns too, and he's like, wow. And he's just walking off.
Oh my god.
She just kind of gives him this little nod of cool, and then it carries on.
So now that his Bezzy mate is distracted,
Mm-hmm.
Keenan is seriously going to research, trying to pull some disparate threads together. So about the Stormcaller, about the Weaver, and these astral, did you say guardians or those that work, basically working out what's going on with Seth's
Oh, I see.
constellations.
So it's a pretty low roll. So this is going to take you a lot of time. And obviously when we go over to the others, Keenan spends probably a long 4 or 5 hours trying to look for something.
Happily, yeah.
You get a lot of references of the Stormcaller and battles and things you already knew about. Very factual recollections. No mention of the Astral Bound, as far as you're aware.
Which kind of makes sense if they're erased from pictures and
Yeah,
things like that.
yeah.
That's a confirmation in
I
and
would
of
say
itself.
if you had rolled a lot higher, then maybe you might have been able to find some reference. But a 10 is pretty middle of the
Absolutely
road.
fine.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's going to spend his entire time being very studious with those books, like making notes in his notebook and copying down facts and figures and stuff.
Okay. I will
in his
say
element now.
you find. You do find references to purple tieflings with stars on their skin. But it's written in a code.
Okay.
No one you know would speak. It's in Infernal, for one. I mean, you've got people that speak Infernal. But the way that it's written, you are intelligent enough to recognize a code when you see one. Like, there's an odd sentence structure and like a paragraph every now and then and a number. So I will say, if you want at some point, when it is appropriate, if you write it down in your notes, you may ask someone a little bit more informed in the infernal ways, and they might be able to elaborate on that. But I'll leave that down to you to remember, because I won't. And if you don't remember, that's your fault.
That is absolutely perfect.
Who wants to go next?
I can go next if no one else wants to.
Sure. What would you like to research?
Ooh. I think it would be you'd be torn between two subjects. I think one would be poisons
Ooh.
and how they affect different things, and then the other one would be dwarven smithing.
Okay.
He's been told so much about dwarves.
We'll do an odds and even. So roll me a d4, and evens is your poisons, and odds is your dwarves.
It's a 2.
Oh, so poisons. Yeah. Roll me your investigation. Let me pull up my poisons.
Poisons. Investigation. Oh, that's a 22.
Okay. Are you looking to find poisons? Are you looking to... What specific... Like, poisons is a very broad subject.
I think it would be on like the creation of them and what their effects would be, so he knows what to look out for, like if he wants to go and create some later.
Okay. You find an A to, because you rolled really high, an A to Z list of different poisons, the type, how you ingest them, or do you need to be injured by them, what category they fall under, if they're a mixture, a toxin, a plant, or venom. You find a lot about where some of these originate and how to find them, as well as how to make them. I will say your ability to make them will depend on if you can find the ingredients, and they're about half the cost of the actual poison themselves to potentially find them in a alchemy place or herbalist store should you come across them. I will send you a link that I have that lists all of the available D&D poisons, and you also find reference to a new up-and-coming use that assassins have taken to use. One is cinder dust. It seems to be more of a drug than it is a poison, but you can make someone euphoric to the point of lust.
Sorry.
There is another one called Injury, which is just an older version of cinder dust. Rather than lust, it gives you a heart attack because your heart's beating so fast in love. So it induces love, and after about an hour, they have a heart attack.
Oh.
Yeah. And the last one you find is something called Sable Spire. The only cases that you've ever seen it come across, there's a reference to a very familiar description of a drow vampiress, who was apparently a creator alongside a family of gnomes that live in a city called Tazizrela, which you're very familiar with. The origin is said to come from a tavern that was built about 50 years ago. And, yeah. Of course, the only person who would know about this is currently 3,000 years in the future, and is Emerald, but she can just keep that one by the wayside. For reference, Sable Spire is featured in the other campaign. But very much in the future. But yeah, I will send you that link, and you now have a very comprehensive list. I would say if you want to refer back to it, we can do a history check, or if you want to try and steal the book from this library, you can do that, and there might be consequences.
Can I check it out with the library card, or is it?
Maybe.
Okay.
I hadn't thought about it yet.
Make a copy.
Yeah, just sit there and spend my whole research time just copy it into a notebook.
If that's what you want to do, you might be able to do that.
Yeah, I might give that a go, but I'll let everyone else do their bits first.
Okay. Let's go next.
I can go next.
Okay. What would you like to research?
I would like to research more about the tieflings' involvement in the original war, and because it said they turned the tide, so she wants to try and understand see as much as she can, work out as much as she can of how they turned the tide.
Ooh, okay, yeah. Roll me your investigation. This could be interesting.
Yeah, but I'm not very good at investigation. This is gonna be difficult. A natural 20!
Yeah.
Okay. Fuck! Okay.
Ooh. Got something juicy.
So, not only do you find the role of tieflings, you also find a lot of references to the astral bound. Which Keenan, you do see her after about 8 hours, because Kaelin is taking all this time to do it. After about 4 hours, you give up for a bit, go for a drink with who. You come back, and Nim is holding the book, and you can already see a reference. There's a drawing of a tiefling with stars on their skins, and you're like, fuck! But with a nat 20, I will give Nim and all of you this information. Many tieflings of the age were not born, but forged as you know, through desperate bargains. As elemental destruction swept across the lands, mortal leaders, particularly those of Ixtalora, the Blossoming Plains, the Crimson Accord of the South, and Masmir, turned to infernal entities or abyssal beings for aid. Alongside deals with gods, who knows what would have happened. But the archdevils, as you know, Asmodeus, Mephistopheles, and Beelzebul, I think, recognized the war as an opportunity. They struck deals with desperate mortals, granting this fiendish power in exchange for souls and service, as souls are the most potent form of power alongside the divine. Entire bloodlines became transformed, and it is said that the first tieflings, a man named Mavos, was infused with hellfire, infernal resilience, and dark sorcery along with eternal life. Whilst the beings to follow did not have such extended lifetimes, the original tieflings, all 12 of them, are said to have been immortal, aside from unaging, not immortal, sorry. Very much capable of being killed, as a lot of them were, while standing against the elemental hordes. Infernal Knights, also known as Warlocks, led hellbound armies that specialized in sealing elemental rifts, as they could take the force of the magic that ran through them. Most of the elemental rifts that appeared during the Sundering War were either elemental rifts of air or fire, and the Infernal Knights were very much capable of containing them. Using forbidden sigils and blood magic, they forged something known as Hell-Forged Anchors that also bound captured elementals into infernal servitude, disrupting the enemy ranks and turning a lot of them against their own kin. The Watchers of the Flames executed a mass binding ritual and ensnared an entire battalion of elemental giants, forcing them to turn against their masters. In the Battle of Ixtalora's Blooming Plain, known as the Ashen Field, saw thousands of tieflings immolating themselves in great firestorms, sacrificing their lives to eradicate the elemental war beasts. Mavos was once the most trusted general of the elemental lords, an elven sorcerer who had pledged himself to the forces of air and fire in exchange for immortality. However, he foresaw the ruin of the material plane if the elemental lords and the Stormcaller succeeded, and his rebellion was the greatest act of defiance against the primordials. Mavos turned against the Lord of Wind and Storm, bringing with him ancient knowledge of elemental wards, primordial weaknesses, and the location of key rift points. He gathered a faction of scholars, outcasts, and warlocks who became known as the Circle of the Fractured Seal, and using an artifact known as the Heart, Mavos devised a way to shatter the link between the Stormcaller and his forces. In the siege of the Celestial Rift, Mavos, alongside his wife, led an assault on the Temple of the Sky Tyrant, where the elemental lords anchored their power to the material plane. You know this now as a set of mountains that lie to the north. He unleashed a cataclysmic storm, fracturing the rift and severing the Lord's connection to their armies. However, Mavos' victory came at a cost. He was betrayed by his own followers, cursed, and cast into something known as the Void, trapped between the planes as a punishment for his treachery. The combined efforts of the Tieflings and Mavos ensured that the elemental lords were banished, their armies shattered, and the sundering of the spire could carry forth. The tieflings bore the mark of their bargains forever through changes in their physical or mental appearance. And though they had saved the world, many were hunted later as betrayers, feared for their infernal blood and the mark of devils. Mavos, and a lot of depictions of him, was erased from history, his name struck from records. And then we move on to the Astral Bound. The Astral Bound were led... Fuck your natural 20.
Yeah.
I'm just like desperately trying to keep up on notes here.
I know.
Yeah, me too.
The Astral Bound were led by someone named Talis, the first Yiliosan, or Sparkling Tiefling, who led his family and combined efforts of all the other Tieflings at the whim of a deal they had made with the chief of the Trinity gods known as Eridus, who you now know as the Weaver. Their combined efforts, alongside the warriors of the Reverie, ensured that they were able to shatter the spire. Unfortunately, in doing so, as mentioned, all but most of the Astral Bounds were bound to the 9 Hells, where they would be enslaved, hunted, and generally looked down upon by most of the Cambions, devils, archdevils, and infernal beings. Being that they did not make bargains with Asmodeus, they are still, to this day, enslaved or killed. Any rising of a Yiliosan is immediately dealt with. Talis was never seen of again. Until recently.
I was going to say, is it the same one? I didn't
Yeah,
want to interrupt.
There is a description that matches very much of a slightly more muscular, would be around about the right age when he turned, of a man that you'd already met in the sanctum of the Darkling Moor.
Yeah. The one that we saved, right?
There is also reference to the champion of Reverie, who, in shattering the spire, was fragmented across the land, never to be reformed, and the line of champions for the Reverie forever broken. As such, in order to protect the great god, the Weaver made a deal. The souls of her original warriors, the sons of the champion, would forever carry on in their descendants, giving them power and control over their ancestral line and their animal familiars. There were some complications, a lot of them combining with the essence or image of said warriors. And there's a list. A lot of the names, some of them crossed out, some of them marked down, and one that you recognize immediately. Erindor.
Oh my god.
And that's everything you find.
Okay.
That was a good nat 20.
That was the best nat 20 I think I've
That's
ever rolled in my life.
connected in many more ways.
I'm gonna need like a hyphen thing of notes for that because I could not keep up. I tried my best.
I've got some. I don't know if between us we might. We have some.
Same. I've got some too,
But-
so we'll just have to.
By the way, some of that is off the cuff of what
know.
I remembered, so I'm gonna have
Yeah.
to watch this back and make notes, or make
Yeah.
Ben
Say,
do
we
that.
can just. We
I
can...
suppose we can do that as well. Yeah.
But yes, I can give you the bullet points.
Nim like holds
Yeah.
this book, like gets up and
Mhm.
like runs to go and find the others, and it's just like essentially running through the library, screaming, "Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god!"
Son of a bitch.
Everything okay, Nim? You're more excited than I am in this place. That's something to say.
Yeah, follow. Need
Follow.
Persephone. Follow. Need Persephone. Needs.
Everyone.
Information thing.
Oh, there's one more thing I forgot. There is a description of Mavos's wife,
Ooh.
and I will give you a
Okay.
point of inspiration if you can guess who that person is.
Does it look like Nim?
No.
Is it Is it the original Persephone?
Nope.
No.
No.
Then
I will
I'm
tell you,
thinking that.
obviously, I'm not going to be that person. Unfortunately,
Oh
you
my
don't get
God,
your
is it
point of
Sonara?
inspiration. It is a depiction of a celestial born, or gifted,
Yeah, it's
as it's
Sonara.
referenced,
Is it?
dark-haired woman. Yes.
Oh my god. Okay. She was his wife.
That's so cute.
That's adorable. Hang on.
But
I
also
need
so
to...
sad.
Mm.
Could that mean like she's your great grandmother or something, Nim?
Yeah, this is why you guys were bonded. You
Oh
guys
my
had a
God.
connection,
Mm.
but not in like a weird
You're crying
sexual
a little
way.
bit.
Like a family way.
I love how it went that way instantly.
I just knew how you guys were gonna think it, so I needed to explain what I meant.
You
Okay.
need to be like, not that.
I would just like to
Not like
mention,
that.
if she is, which I'm not saying she is or not, because
Mm.
you'd have to figure that out and ask her. She also flirted with Hiccups, so deal with that if you
Yeah.
if you want.
Hardcore.
Oh my god.
It was very cute.
Sorry,
though.
Persephone, not Hiccups. But
Mm.
same thing.
No, it was me.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was. Yeah.
Just broke through the fourth wall. Hey.
Said, "Hey, what's up?"
Hey, how you doing?
And I was sold.
But yes. That
Yeah.
was that.
I think at this point, Keenan is like full on conspiracy theorist mode, like drawing in his sketchbook and making lines and pointing things together and like, it's all connected. It's all connected. Just like a crazy person.
Blue is for
Yeah.
things I've solved, green are for things I'm currently solving, and red are for things I haven't solved yet. There's a lot of red. Oh, wait, no. Now there's a lot
Hey,
of blue.
Styles. Styles. I hear you. I know
Yeah,
that
yeah.
reference. And I love him. Sorry, I'm fine.
Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no, I'm just like,
Dork
and then
moment.
once she's finished, like, essentially, like, running everyone through the stuff that she's just, like, found out, she's like, so you, and you, and me, and Erendor? That's your,
Mm.
and, like, she's not really speaking in full sentences. She's like,
What are you talking about?
You
She's
just
like-
putting together a
Persephone
list
is
of
the
people you
most-
know, or
no, right. So,
Yes, I, Persephone. He,
Um,
Calendar.
at the
with
start-
Erendor.
like, so in the book, right? So there's the first
Mhm.
original tieflings. There was 12 of
Mhm.
them. One of them
Mhm.
was Mavos.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
And like they were said to be like unaging. They were able to be killed. Many of them did die. Mavos didn't die, and he basically like led a rebellion against the elementals who were like trying to fuck up the material plane, and went and fucked over loads of things. But
Papa.
his wife was Sinara, but also like
Oh shit.
he has been like sent into some weird like void thing. Now here's the like weird bit. You know at the bathhouse, and they were telling us about these astral bound people. You know, you remember that guy that we rescued from the sanctum? Now
The
Talix.
tiefling that looked like
Yeah,
Persephone. Yeah.
he's the first ever tiefling that looked like him, and he was like he made a deal with the Weaver and the Reverie, and basically like they together like shattered the spire thing, right? And now all of his like descendants got like sent to the Nine Hells and were like enslaved and shit. It's real fucking bad. But he's like said to have disappeared, and like the champion of the
that's 'cause we
reverie
had him.
like also was like there and helped the battle, and then the parts of the original champion got like fragmented across the realm.
Isn't that
And
the one
the
that we helped
Weaver,
save?
yeah,
The one that we
like the Weaver like made a deal so that the souls of the sons of the original champions would like carry on, and they were like combined with their animal halves. And one of the things in the list is Erendor. So like son of original,
makes sense. The owl
like
form makes sense.
Erendor was like part of like the sundering of the spire. Like the spire cracked because of them, like Talis. So like your ancestor clearly Persephone, well, not ancestor but like ancestor of the body, and like Erendor was clearly there, and
it's all connected. So like and like Keenan's like proper feeding into like this proper chaos thinking.
Okay,
going on.
roll me an insight.
Oh,
Not an insight.
I'd say if you get above 14, I'll add something.
No,
Ooh.
no. Keenan's just going to be like, so your ancestor, pointing at Persephone, was involved in Sundering War, and your ancestor, pointing at Caelan, was involved, and your ancestor, pointing at Nim, was involved, and your ancestor, pointing at Zeph, was involved. It's all connected.
not my
Weird,
my
that, isn't it?
ancestor is not. I told you guys, I'm not one of these things. I'm not an astral bound.
but
would you know if
clearly
you were?
the body clearly is. Like I don't want to say that you necessarily are, but maybe some weird like thing and you got in the like mixed up and maybe the wrong, but I don't know, but your butt like that is what astral bound
I'd
looks
say
like.
you have enough, or Nim has. Well, actually, no. I'd say Keenan probably has made enough connections to realize that astral bound tieflings can be made because they weren't always tieflings.
Yeah, they were made into tieflings, and the Weaver who you worship has kind of brought you back and made you into a bit astral bound because we're needed now because the Stormcaller is back and.
You guys watch like Stephanie just sort of like leans up against one of the bookshelves and then sort of sinks down onto her butt. She's just kind of sat there frowning. And she's like, "You're saying that somebody made me into this?"
I'm guessing so. I'd like maybe like that was a better alternative than what would have happened otherwise.
Dying, like my father.
Or
I would
worse.
say there is a part of you that knows that, but it's a deal.
I didn't make a deal.
Did
Someone
your
did.
parents make a deal?
Yeah, could have been made on your behalf.
Look, for full transparency here, because fuck it, why not? You guys know these things already, and nothing's gonna get solved if I keep fucking prancing around the truth. You guys know that I died. Yeah, you guys know that I died. You guys know that I died via vampire. Some of you know that I died via vampire.
I'm pretty sure it was a shipwreck, is what we were told.
Nope.
Surprise! I am so shocked.
The shipwreck happened after I was already like this.
Okay.
That's how I got separated from Kozar. I met Kozar like this, but Kozar knows. I told him about my past because I trusted him. But I died via vampire. I was Willow Bloom. I was not Persephone. Persephone is a name that I thought of on a whim.
Or was put into your mind by the Weaver.
I'm gonna fight you. I was a wood elf, raised with my wood elven family in Kaloria. They were druids, but we didn't worship Eridus. Eridus is just something that when I woke up in this body, I could hear the name. I could just hear the name Eridus echoing in my head. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know why I could hear their names. But no one knew who Eridus was. We were druids. We were not clerics. None of us worshipped the Weaver. As far as I know, no one would have made that deal.
Not even your bodyguard?
I'm like, Roke?
Who we know was a follower of the Weaver.
But I don't see why he would make a deal for someone who was... I'm not an important person, guys. I'm not. I
beg to differ.
I lived in a cave. I'm not an important person.
That doesn't make you unimportant.
I'm...
Let us not forget that you discovered the tapestries with the missing people that we now can suspect are the astral bound.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not... That doesn't make me an important...
Not so
Let's not discount the fact that the Weaver intervened and brought you back in the case that most people she wouldn't.
Tormented her.
Listen, I know I'm convincing, but we're talking about a goddess here who can pretty much do whatever she likes, and she could have just ignored me.
I don't know. It just...
I'm just saying, from what's happened, we can infer that there people are putting importance upon you.
Mm-hmm.
Likewise with Nim and Zeph and Kalen. There is machinations and divine interventions at work here.
Persephone's gonna take a second, look up as if she's like talking to the Weaver, and she's gonna be like, "Fuck your divine interventions."
Roll me a percentile.
Shit, where are those dice? That is a 5. To smite me. That's so low. I rolled a 5 and a 0.
Okay.
Let me
At
make
least
this
make
clear.
a
She
note of
wasn't trying
something.
to... Oh god, she wasn't trying to get a reaction. She was just angry.
Also, I don't know if you guys remember when Lysander was telling us about his group, and he was talking about how there are people throughout the ages called God Touched, and it's kind of like whether they lean into that or not, whether they make a difference in the world. And I took from that perhaps you guys may have had a little bit of that God Touched about you, which also lends weight to the argument of importance.
Very well remembered. If you don't have inspiration already, take one.
I do have it already, but thank you.
Well, that's a waste.
Can I gift it to somebody else?
No, you may not. Actually, yes, you can give it to Pipkin.
Pipkin, have an inspiration.
Pipkin, as you're reading a particularly saucy scene, you're like, you feel invigorated. There you go.
That's brilliant.
Could I take some time to research some stuff as well?
Yes, I was just about to ask that.
Oh.
What would you like to research? Apart from
She
half
wants to
orc smart.
research. So first of all, she's gonna like put that in her bag.
Okay.
The roses and thorns. She's gonna put it in her bag, and then she'll check with them, like with who, if it's okay, and she can take it to read later.
Hey, who loves him some smut? Don't worry about it.
And,
Who do you think put them in there?
She wants to look up her family. She wants to see if there's any mention of the Blooms.
Okay, make an investigation check. Shit.
That's a 19.
Do it slower.
Do it slow. 19.
What is it? Okay. Sorry, what was it?
19. I have a plus nothing,
yes.
so-
The that is very high. Son of a bitch. Ooh, actually. Yes. Okay, I found a loophole.
I don't like that.
Found a loophole.
No.
Okay, there is a reference
Mean.
to the Bloom family. You find a druidic bark-bound tome that references different druidic families throughout the world, including Kaloria. The reference of the Bloom family, although minor, it does appear once in the... You can see there's been an adjustment of a name of the leader of the Wood Elves of Kaloria, known as the Heart of the Wood. The only reason you know that is because your mother's name precedes Bloom, and the reason it was changed is because the Bloom name comes from your father. However, the generationally appointed Heart of the Wood had for almost every generation been a member of her family. What is her maiden name?
Oh.
I'll leave it down to you. What was her maiden name?
Oh, I need to think of a maiden name. Fuck, I can't think of anything. Can someone else help me? My brain is just not working. I can't think of anything. Let me look at all my... We're gonna go with one of my... Because I can't think of any, literally. No, that's too close to Lysander. No, I don't know. We're gonna go with the name of one of my characters in my book.
Mm-hmm.
We're gonna go with Kirramun.
How do I spell that?
Cerrri.
Cerrri.
Dwen.
DW.
It's an Irish name.
En. Okay. The Wood Elves, Ceridwen. Although the Heart of the Wood is a elected position, generated through trials of nature, dedicated to Zephyrix, another of the Trinity. Almost every Heart of the Wood had been a Ceridwen. It stops very abruptly around about a time that is very important to you. And there's a lot of references to an artifact known as the Heartwood Staff, which you've already heard about.
Yeah.
It was crafted from the sister of a tree known as the Spirewood in the Feywild and is imbued with the powerful magic of life. It was believed to be lost during the vampire attack on your family but there are rumors that suggest it was not actually destroyed. There is a reference to a messenger of the spider that hid the staff away in the depths of the Feywild to protect it from corruption. In doing so, he betrayed the wishes of the kin of Zerafix and was cursed forever to be undying.
Is that what Rogue did?
It is what Rogue did.
Oh.
Another thing that you see almost immediately is that a lot of the names of dead Dwen fade slightly. They're almost like a grey colour compared to the green ink in this book. Ren's name is still green. As well as someone named Willow, whose ink is black.
Oh.
Every other reference to a Dwen who is dead is greyed out, which is most of them.
Is her mother's name greyed out?
Yes.
Okay. But it doesn't mention her father's name?
No, because he's a bloom.
He's a bloom.
Because he's a bloom.
Yeah.
Also, there is reference to a couple of Dwen that still exist that you were previously unaware of. One of them is named Nyara. It doesn't say where she is now. Another smattering of very distant cousins that you probably assume are still in Kaloria and live lives as wood elves, probably in the city. Also, fucking 19s. There is a reason that your family did not live in the forests of Kaloria. There is a reference to a river of souls, a place where the spirits of those lost to time and fate drift endlessly. It also links with the 9 hells, where the souls of the mortals who were damned held the memories that they had in life, both forgotten by the living and the dead. The Weaver holds dominion over this river, and in a deal, Zephyrix serves as the custodian over the dead, not the damned. The reason she controls the river is to make sure that those who should be damned are, and those who shouldn't should exist amongst her grace, beyond the veil. That river is underneath where you grow up. And the reason for the Heart of the Wood not lying within the wood was to oversee that river. Reading all of that, there is some glimpse of positivity amongst all of that terribleness, in that perhaps you were never an outcast. Maybe, just maybe, you had formed a link to the Weaver before you had even died. There was a reason that you were God-touched. As the supposed remaining female Dwen in your family's line. Because the heart of the wood cannot be a man. And that is all you find.
She's probably walked off to go find this book and probably just on her Larry. And has anybody followed her? She will sort of shed a few tears, knowing that her mum is gone. And then she'll sort of mumble to herself, does that mean that I'm the heart of the wood now? She's not really talking to anyone in particular, just sort of thinking out loud. And she just sort of grips onto this book for a little while, just sitting there.
There is a soft warmth on your arm. Just a gentle reminder as you think that.
She'll give a little, she'll like wipe her tears away and put her hand over the mark. And she'll be like, I'm sorry I keep doubting you.
There is a soft rustle. You don't hear the feet on the floor. As Kozar walks past holding the book sideways, bless the saints, and just continues walking past. Seems to be walking in a bit of a circle because he's too busy looking at depictions of his father? No, he's not sure.
Somebody's gonna look up at him and be like, why does he say this about drawings? I don't think I've ever seen him react that way to an actual person.
That you know of. Might think it in his head.
She's never seen him react that way. To Keenan. To thinking about naked Keenan.
I mean, let's be honest, Seth isn't that observant of people thinking that way anyway.
Yeah, she's not got very good. She actually has great insight, so she probably should be. Like
yeah, I'd say over the time you got to know Kozar, he has a preference, but not a hard rule.
What that means?
And as far as you were aware, never showed any sign of particular interest in someone because she's too stupid to realize who he was interested in.
How dare you?
You know I'm right,
yeah, no,
so I don't even need to ask.
She's completely oblivious to
Yes.
it. 100%. She does not know. She's at a point of, I'm not. Literally in the thing that I wrote, the bit at the end says, even though they spent all this time together, not once did she tell him how she felt. Because why ruin such a good friendship with an unrequited love?
Yeah. Ironically, exactly the reason he didn't either. How hilarious.
They friend-zoned each other. That
They
is
did,
so
yes.
funny.
Yes.
But of course, all above table.
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
But
yes,
she will
all of
go
this,
and find them, the rest of them, after she's done that. By
all
the
of
way.
this stuff, takes you collectively a long time. Nim finds her very quickly, annoyingly, but she was too busy reading smut at the start, and then got a little bit distracted, and then was like, "Oh, look, I found this really important book."
Oh,
Pipkin, what does she do for the 8 hours that all of you are in this library? Is she just reading smut the whole time?
No, she kind of flips between reading smut as well as hanging back her bare feet on the seat of another chair. She shoots a couple of loogies at the ceiling. She tries and finds something to punch as a sort of training because she does get bored after a little bit of reading. So she kind of switches between some activities
Love it.
just to amuse herself.
Yeah, love
I
it.
love her. She's so
I love her
cool.
too. She's the best.
Mhm.
I mean, what?
What?
Ooh,
What?
Weird.
Who?
Who? What? Yes. Yes.
You're right.
I'd say every now and then you do spy a floating, spindly figure. Probably also reading smart. Look, it's important, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Just a smart
That's
reading
why.
circle in the
That's
corner.
why. That's
Just
why I
all on
brought my book.
beanbags.
That's why I took it. It's important. So I brought it with me.
I will, of
No,
course,
it's fine.
ask Zephyr what she researches, but that'll be something else. I can guess what it is, but we'll leave that to
Yes.
yeah. And you guys are done in the library? Surprisingly, you don't feel tired, although you have been there quite a while.
Persephone will put the book back and she'll go and talk to Keenan. Him being the one that she trusts the most. Other than Kozar, but he's busy reading smut, so she'll go to Keenan.
He's actually now sparring with Pipkin. Just trading some blows.
Persephone will grab Keenan and just watch them together.
Yep.
She'll be like, while watching them, she'll sort of give him the rundown of what she found. And then sort of say that she thinks she's the heart of the wood. She'll tell him that her mother's gone, but her brother lives. Just give you a quick little rundown while she's also heavily drooling over Kozar.
Yeah, I think like they're both like staring at like the training going on while talking to each other, like not
100%.
looking away.
Yeah, she's not looking at Keenan at all. She's just talking while facing them.
And then in typical Keenan fashion, he's going to go, so that sounds easy enough, right? So we need to find your brother, we need to find the staff, we need to find out if you're Heart of the Wood. Just three things.
No, we don't need to find any of that out. I don't need to know those things. I mean, I know he's alive. And surprisingly, that's enough for me. I want to help you guys. You guys have already helped me so much. It's not about me now.
When I say we need to do that, I don't mean like tomorrow. I just mean like that's our to-do list.
That's
Yeah.
my
Yeah.
to-do list.
We also, as part of the group to-do list, if you like, we need to find Zephyr's mum.
Right.
I think we need to visit the dwarves, or I'd like to visit the dwarves to find out what the fuck is going on with these glasses.
Right.
I also think Callan would very much like to visit the dwarves.
Yes, he
Yes.
does.
I'm
Made
actually
that very
glad that
clear.
I rolled very low on that.
On what?
On who knowing what the
And-
glasses were.
We need to also work out what the fuck is going on with Nim's hellish crown. Did you hear about that?
I've
It-
seen it.
Oh, she did say you'd seen it. So she told us all
Yeah.
yesterday or the day before. I'm losing track of time, but when we were in the bathhouse, when I told everyone that, like, I've been a spy since birth and working towards like a higher purpose.
Wait, did Persephone even know this? Did you tell Persephone this already, or is she just?
No,
an
this
obviously,
is him
black
telling her.
jaw? Like, I'm sorry, you're who? What's it?
Oh, and he starts undressing.
She like immediately puts her hands over her eyes, but then like peeks through
No,
one
no,
of
no.
them.
And he turns, and you see the big black birthmark down his shoulder and back. So my family call this the mark of shadow, and it normally singles somebody out for certain gifts, makes them be able to do, like, helps with the magics. So I can do this, and he does minor illusion with fireworks, and then he does minor illusion again, like putting the shadows in and making shapes out of shadows. Means I can do it like that. As an
Persephone's
explanation.
like instinctively like touching your birthmark, and she's like tracing it down,
Heart.
like completely mindlessly, just tracing around it. Like this is. I swear we've seen you. I don't even know. I don't think I. Never mind. I've definitely not seen you naked before, but I feel like I would have noticed this.
Until now, I've tried to keep it covered.
What made you change your mind? And tell everyone.
When I knew everyone could be trusted.
Are you
We've been
telling
through
me
so much
you've only
with each
just
other now.
trusted me in this exact moment?
I've given you more hints than other people. If I'm fair,
Okay.
you just haven't been picking up on them.
Well, I'm dense. I'm not even going to try and hide it. I'm so dense.
Hence why I'm spelling it out to you now.
Sorry, carry on.
I was trying to do it in a way, you know, I'm just going to talk about this nonchalantly so you can go, oh, I've worked that out, rather than me saying, by the way, you don't know this, what I've been hinting at for months, Persephone.
Hi, she's like, I'm not going to lie. I thought you were just an art thief. I had no idea. I thought you were just a master art thief.
Sometimes it might involve stealing art. Mostly it involves elf politics.
Mm.
It is for the greater good, don't get me wrong, but doing what's needed for the greater good. Blackmailing people, stealing stuff that's already been stolen.
You kept those blackmail files.
Yeah.
She's like got this big old grin on her face. She's like, yeah, I figured something out.
Ellie knows some of this because a lot of the family are involved. But myself and my mum are quite. We know more than 90% of the people in the network. My mother is kind of like the right hand woman of the Queen.
Oh dang!
And no one can know this. Like she's like fully in cover.
She's like, you know, I wouldn't say anything to anybody anyway.
No, I know you wouldn't, but I need to tell you, if you did, it wouldn't be me coming to kill you. It'd be somebody else.
True.
She's just like nodding along, like being like, oh, I didn't realize you were fancy. You were like, just so cool.
But my mother has been training me since, for as long as I can remember, to spy, to find out the hidden things, to get into places where people should be able to get into. Brewing poisons and truth serums and research.
Truth serum?
Well, to be fair, it's like a lot of alcohol to lower someone's inhibitions, and then a little bit of you've heard of love potions, like a just hint of that to make them trust you. And it's a lot of work, takes a long time to stew, it's hardly worth doing, but
yeah,
knowledge worth having. It's also why I'm so good at picking locks. And he like just does like a cheeky little smile, knowing full well that he's crap at picking locks.
She's like, you can do it when it matters. She's like, Dallas, you picked that lock. You saved him.
Yeah, that's true. It's true. I need to get better though. So anyway, where was I going with this?
While we were talking, she's like putting his clothes back on him. Like helping him get dressed.
Yeah.
She's like, carry on.
So yeah, when we were all talking secrets and that was revealed yesterday, lost my train of thought. Yeah, that's what we were discussing yesterday at the bathhouse.
So you mentioned Nim's crown. Which
so Nim's crown. Yeah, that's where we started. So Nim told us about how she could be this marked of Mavos, like a descendant of Mavos.
Oh shit.
I told her that she should get naked so we could check her for marks, but obviously you know how that would have gone down.
Always want people to get naked.
Because it's funny.
She's like, and then she like for a second she like gets a little bit offended, because then she's like, "You've never wanted to see my marks," because she's like got freckles. She's got like these constellations all over her body, but she's like, "You've never once been intrigued."
Your memory is terrible, Persephone. I think it was the second or third thing I asked you is, could I see more of your marks and to take your clothes off?
That does sound familiar.
It's like, yeah, but I just brushed that stuff
However,
off. You know, shut up.
I say it because it's funny, but also it has a purpose. So, for
Yeah.
example, yesterday, yes, I got naked,
Mm-hmm.
but not for the reasons you think. It cleared
You
the
weren't
room
trying
out.
to bone Zeph again.
No, I've never boned Zeph. Zeph
She-
was more interested
she
in
walked
boning
out
the
of-
lady in the
she
bathhouse,
walked-
if I'm honest.
You walked
True.
out of your room and you were putting your clothes back on. What else am I meant to think?
Not okay, not back on. I had just got up. She came in my room to ask me to draw something. I drew it and then was following her out
I
as I
don't
was finished
know.
getting dressed.
Sounds like an excuse.
I mean, ask her if you want, but trust me, she was very interested in that lady in the bathhouse. Not the one you met. It was a different
Ooh.
one.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
Not that she remembers now. Typically,
what did... Oh, yes, you mentioned the drink. The drink.
yeah. Lysander's got a lot to answer for.
Yep.
So we had a round of sharing secrets, which we would have shared with you if you'd been there. And I'm not accusing you, nothing wrong with you not being there. Just making sure you know you weren't left out.
No, she was
were
busy
playing-
rolling around in the grass, and he's just walking past. Tips the book the other way.
Stephanie like stands up, and she was like, "You were meant to be sparring," and then she's gonna take the book from him, and she's gonna look. She's gonna be like holding it in front of Keenan, being like, "Look at this."
It is
Look at
a
this, like,
two-page spread picture of a elderly, not elderly, but like salt and peppered half-orc,
God.
glistening in oil. As you can see, like the flowing sea behind him and his long, gloriously beautiful locks flowing in the wind.
Persephone's gonna be like, "I didn't realize you rolled this way." Because I had no idea that this was your preference.
No, I was just well, I mean, but also I was just looking at plans for the future,
Self-portrait?
you know? Yeah.
Plans for the future.
Research purposes.
I do recognise the pose though. I think that's
what
the
they call the Captain Thorn.
number
Oh.
13 in the artist's portfolio. That pose.
That's not.
Yeah.
It's not called the Thorn because this man looks like Thorn. I think Kozar's perving on Thorn. Do you have a crush on Thorn? Sorry, I digress. I
And
don't
what
feel
if I
left
did?
out of the secrets. I mean,
I mean,
good
are
for
you saying you don't?
I
totally
don't.
does.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
That's
my
what
captain.
I thought.
She's like, you guys are the worst.
She does have a thing for half orcs. I think kind of.
I think there's
Set her
been
down that path.
several times where I have quite literally said I'm exclusively into half orcs to many people.
Yes, and I think
It'd
that
be
started
like
with you,
gla-
Kozar.
He's
Look
back
at that
sparring
man.
with Pipkin, and like in between a punch or two, he's like, hadn't noticed, and then just keeps going.
She like leans closer to Keenan and she goes, I'm just so sneaky. Just
Yes,
can't
you
tell.
are
I'm so slick.
very, very sneaky
Shut up.
with that.
I don't feel left out for you guys sharing secrets. I wasn't there.
Well, no, you
But
know them
I
all.
appreciate
You know
you
ours.
sharing yours with me. And then she's gonna pull over to Callan. Hey,
Mhm.
you got
Yeah.
any secrets, owlboy, that I missed out on?
Just took my shirt off, was oiled up, showed Keenan some glowing scars.
What, oiled up?
I was chilling out. It's in the spa.
Persephone gets like, the tiniest bit flustered. Why are you oiled up?
My hair's never looked better. Yeah, it was a good day.
Persephone like runs her fingers through her untangled hair thanks to the people at the She's like, I know what you mean. But,
I did take a note though from when you last had a mess around with my hair though, and he just has the plait that she put in his hair before in the pony in the middle. He just like whips his ponytail around and just
That's
goes,
so
I love
cute.
it. I like the look of
Very
it.
cute.
That's so cute. She like gets a little bit like giddy over it. She's like, "Oh, he's so sweet."
Yeah.
And then
It was mainly Keenan's revelations.
gotcha.
in-
Gotcha. That's okay. I don't need to know your guys' secrets. To my own surprise, I trust you all with my life. And she's looking at Nim.
The point being is there is a air of fate and importance about you all.
And you.
Yeah.
And
It's
Pipkin.
not just coincidence that we all know each other.
Agreed, but I'm a little bit uncomfortable being observed outside of this group.
I don't
It's
know.
probably
I think
the
that
wrong
might
way.
be
Observed in
Yeah.
the wrong way.
Okay. I was about to say, I think you might like being observed.
You love the attention, Keenan.
Yeah, I was
No.
going to say, you also chose the most conspicuous group to walk around with.
Mhm.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
More, I don't want people thinking that I'm a hero or important in that way.
Well, I hate to break it to you, but tough shit, because
Yeah, and
Wider
also you have to-
population.
What?
Because it's kind of hard to be inconspicuous and spy work and a silly bard if people go, "Oh, this person is really important and could kill me."
Yeah.
But I think you
I
can.
get-
I
I
think
get-
you
I get
can
where you're
be
coming
a hero while being a silly bard.
Adventure's
no
nothing
one
without the
will.
songs of every after. Let's be fair.
Exactly. Bards tell the story, right?
Yeah.
Exactly. There's a reason I tell the story, so I can leave myself out of it.
She like fully nudges her shoulder into him like as hard as she can, which isn't very hard. She's very weak, but she like fully nudges him, and it's like, don't you
Oh yeah,
dare
no one did any
leave
research
yourself
into
out of
Keenan.
this story.
Well,
Interesting.
leave the certain points out of it.
No. Don't leave yourself out. Because without you, none of us would be here. We all
Mm.
went down
Some more than
at
others.
one time. There was literally
I-
all of us were down.
I'm
Except for
forever
Keenan.
going down, but in a different way.
God, I
Oh
wish.
my god. No, okay. Persephone
never
immediately
stops.
misses it. Persephone does not understand. She's like, yeah, but I heal you. Not
Yes,
that
you
time.
do. Yes,
Look, I'm saying that none of us would be here if it wasn't for you. So you can't leave yourself out of the story because you are, whether you like it or not, you are a hero.
Yeah, we'd still be stuck in that prison if it wasn't for your connections. Let's be fair.
I'd be dead.
True.
Okay. Yes. Just I like to be the teller of the story, so I can spin it in a useful way. Otherwise, I
about we give
can't
you-
do shit
I
like
guess-
that to help people.
I'm
How about we
gonna
give you an
have to-
alias, like the Dolphin Dancer or something like that? As he like hints towards like where you talked about your family crest.
Keenan Moosense is my alias.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what?
Law drop.
Like
What?
you know, elves.
You
like,
know I literally
have-
just told you my real name. You owe me.
I haven't picked my real name yet.
What?
Ooh, finally.
Keenan,
Jesus.
how old are you?
I'm only like 100 or so.
Young.
I had my name when I was 100.
Yes. But by being a child, I am less suspicious. So I am using my child name and my gap year, to use Kaelin's word,
Got
to do my work.
Okay.
You
It's
don't
not just-
lose
you're
you don't
not- you're
lose
not
yourself to
hiding.
time though, just saying.
You're not hiding
No.
them like you don't want them.
So you may have heard of the Ulandar family.
Mhm.
Have I?
Yes. They are one of the
Yep.
most influential high elves in Siltharis.
Ah, yes, them. I know
That's
of
my
them.
family.
Oh, come on.
Unanfa
Come on.
is my dad, and Kifreli is my mum.
I think I remember you mentioning your mum's name before.
Um,
That's being wild.
so I
that's-
don't associate with. Well, I haven't picked my grown-up name yet, because then I'd have to take on the family name. I can be
And-
relatively unknown. I know
Yeah.
everyone jokes
There's-
about me being in my
No,
gap
I get
year.
I get it. There's power in anonymity. I get it.
It's
It's like, as someone who chose a different name for themselves, I get it.
But yes,
when we're in public, that's the performance.
For those that aren't aware, although he has hinted at it, most elves are given a childhood name, which they continue throughout, depending on if their family still call them that. And then once they become of age and they have a place in society, they are either given or pick their adult name, usually some reference to something, depending on who it is. So, for example, his mum chose the name in reverence to her ancestor, who you know was a champion at one point. Don't know how our dad picked hers because I hadn't thought about it, but that is how elves live, and Keenan has yet to pick his because he is procrastinating his responsibility and hiding behind the mask of a bard to do it.
It's fair.
Yes.
You
He's a
live with that anonymity, baby.
teenager in elf terms.
Yes, he is still pretty young.
It's okay. I was too, don't worry. I was like 100 as well when I died.
I don't even know how old I actually am, thinking about it.
20 million years.
So if you equate it
Bit
to like
freaky,
100
isn't
is
it?
teenage years for elves,
Mm-hmm.
you age the same as a human does.
Yeah.
Weirdly. But when you're in the dream realm, you don't age. So every time that you're outside of it, you are aging, and every time you're inside of it, you're not. You have no reference for how long it's been, because some parts you actually can't remember. So it's like there's been a long time, because his time in the dream realm, also time goes differently there. It's a bit time is a weird soup. Much like the Feywild. So because he's spent so long and all of those memories sort of blur into each other, he can't tell when he was born, which is a bit weird. So yeah. But yes, you are
Baby.
done in the library with the soft
Yeah.
squishing sound of the caterpillars floating past you. Who
Alright,
would have
okay.
assisted you with your research, but none of you noticed. So, not that half of you needed it. But eventually you do feel an urge to leave. You've been here a while. Pipkin has run out of alcohol, and you're scared that confined space with her and not alcohol for any longer than an hour might be dangerous.
Just before we depart, I'll fill in Nyla on my little pen pal and all that, and show them the apparatus that I got sent, and just say I'm gonna take a trip over to the dwarves and see if I can work this out. I'll keep you updated. I think it's gonna be fun.
Sorry, no, I was just reading something that I was gonna do, but I'm not gonna do it. I was gonna do the ceremony of the coming of age.
Oh, that would be hilarious. You still have a bunch of areas to explore in the tower. You have the areas that Pipkin oversees, which are the training areas and the barracks.
Let's go.
As part of your duty, Pipkin, you are in charge of training some young and upcoming guards on the proper way to punch someone in the face. You also have the alchemy lab, with a very familiar bunny, who I couldn't remember his name,
Mhm.
so now his name is
Nyla.
Benny.
It was Nyla. That's the
I
reason
know.
why I said Nyla.
So
Who is
his
he?
last name is now Benny because I
Okay,
couldn't remember.
Nyla Benny.
Nyla Benny.
I'll update
Mainly
my
because
note.
I was like, oh, he's a bunny, and then I changed one letter. You also have something that was referred to, although Kaelin could never find. The engineers, also known as the Tinkerables, have a workshop in the tower. And the pub named Who's, but it's spelled as in WHO''S and a question mark. As well as the observatory with the Aarakocra named Julie, who you never met, but Pipkin knows, as well as a constellation spirit.
The one that was staring at me. Stephanie wants to go up to Pipkin, and she's gonna, because she's so weak, she's gonna say, "Can you teach me to punch someone in the face?"
Of course. You're going to need strength to do that. I'm not strong either.
She's gonna like lift her arms, and you're gonna see a significant lack of muscles.
I reach up, being small of stature, and I kind of take her arm and I look around. I spin it around a little bit, and just need some shaping. We can work with that.
I'm more of a spell girl than a punchy girl, but I'd like to be a punchy girl.
You've got the brain muscle, don't you?
What?
Oh dear, no muscles at all to work with. Well, Matthew, you're in good hands. I can teach you a thing or two. Do you want to
I
come
would
to the training ground?
very much like to practice not getting hit, so I volunteer as a training dummy.
I can help you with that as well.
This is fine.
Yeah, Pipkin begins to lead you up some stairs, which confuses you again because you came down and up should be Who's place. But Pipkin, describe to me what the training area has been transformed into in her oversight.
So the training area weirdly resembles like a dressed down version of a pub. There's a lot of tables,
God.
like picnic style tables. There's barrels. There are standard dummies like mannequins with burlap sacks filled with straw and hay, whichever is usual. I don't know. We've got some targets, some archery targets. We do have racks along the walls mounted with different weapons. But they seem a little dusty, as Pipkin doesn't prefer to use weapons. We have that's kind of a rundown thing. It's like kind of like imagine how above table, like a video game makes simple shapes before they make a level, before dressing it with actual props. That's kind of how you have to view this area. It is a abstract representation of a pub.
Nice.
So
Nice.
yeah, there's props that aren't actually functional, but make up the space. So the set of chairs, bar stools, tables, and the bar itself, they form sort of an obstacle course, an agility course, with a couple of sacks of potatoes and hay and stuff like that to lessen the fall should you fall.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's like a jungle gym, really. A bar-themed jungle gym with practicing dummies.
Okay.
So, which one wants to go first? Do you wanna practice punching? Do you wanna practice running? Do you wanna practice I don't know, dodging? We can do dodging, and I spin around one of the mannequins that starts flailing its wooden arms wildly.
I would like to practice punching. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't know how to throw a punch.
Well, you see, you take your knuckle and you put it to the face of your target.
She immediately does it the wrong. Like she doesn't even clench her fist. She just puts her palm, like the back of her hand, against its face.
Oh my
gives it a
god!
little
Okay.
tap.
Seth,
You know,
why
it's
don't you
fine.
try punching me, and I will try not getting punched or taking a punch.
I've just been told that if you don't hold your hand right, the This was Kozar that told me. I just want you to know this. That if you don't hold your fist right, you can break your thumb. I don't want to break my thumb by punching someone.
Oh,
Hey, Keenan.
Pipkin can demonstrate.
Keenan, punch me in the face.
Yeah.
I dare you.
Stephanie's drooling already.
He is
Do it.
going to pretend to try and punch, but try not to actually hit him.
Okay.
Pathetic.
Stage
You have to
punch.
actually hit him. Come on now.
Do it.
Do it.
He's tough. He can take it.
Just look at those little faces. He's not going to be hurt by you. Come on, do it then.
Hit
The
him or
dice
I
are
will.
agreeing with me. I rolled a 2.
Persephone.
I'd say you do get a little bit of motivation to do it, but he just moves his head out of the way. It's just like a
Persephone's gonna do it. Persephone's gonna walk up to him and punch him
okay.
with her minus. What? Hold on. Is it a -1 that I have? No, I have a +1 to unarmed strength, but it does 0 damage. I got a 17.
You throw it and it connects with his jaw, but his face doesn't move. It's just like a boom.
She just smiles that she did it. She's like, haha.
We
I
have some
managed to hit him.
potential there. It's going to be fine. We'll throw in some harder punches. You know what? And I snip my fingers. Being a mark of hospitality halfling, I use prestidigitation to sort of liven up the place to be more tavern-like with some illusory magic. You hear just a lot of chattering, and you see some lamps flickering.
Oh my god.
Just to give a little bit more immersion into the place. And I jump up on one of the tables, and I'm like, all right, come up here and try and see if you can hit me. I mean, I'm a little bit of a smaller target, but I'm not as rock hard as that guy. Ooh, I shouldn't have said that.
Persephone is gonna be like, he is pretty rock hard. And, like, her eyes are wide, like she's like thinking about it. And she's like, don't.
Flowers.
And then she
Concentrate.
climbs up on the table. And she's like, I just want you to know, I kind of have sea legs in a way that I'm not entirely stable with the tail. Kind of it's new.
Yeah, enough of the excuses. Just jump up here. Come on now.
She climbs up and looks down at Pimpkin and is like, what do you want me to punch you?
Yeah, come on.
I'm not gonna hit. She tries to punch her.
Yeah, go for it.
17 again.
That hits.
It does 0 damage, mate. I nothing.
Yeah, you sort of go for a gut shot and just connect with some surprisingly rough abs that just reverberate down your arm.
She's like, I'm not very good at this punch.
Look at you! You hit me. I'm so proud of you. All right, now, really try. Now, actually try.
No, that was me actually trying.
Oh.
Well,
Okay.
What is your
Try.
hiccups? What is your dexterity?
I think my dexterity is decent. It is. What, the plus on it?
Mm-hmm.
+2.
Pipkin, can you make a make a persuasion. I know that's not a great stat for you, or it might be. I don't know. But make a persuasion check for me, and I will say I'll set the DC at. You're doing pretty well, so 14, 13. Well, 13, and if you get above 13, Hiccups can now use a +2 for her unarmed strike.
It is an 18.
There you go. So try and hit her again.
Okay.
Hopefully she hits. Otherwise, this will be
With a
really awkward.
+2 or with the +1 that I normally have?
So using your dex rather than your strength.
18. My brain.
So Pipkin, you feel as Hiccups sort of throws this wild haymaker, you turn and it's almost like she, with your teaching, sort of rotates her hips and there's a bit more speed to it, and she clocks you around the jaw, and there is a definite pain that hits you. Unfortunately, you do take 2 points of bludgeoning damage, but Hiccups, you can now use a +2 on your unarmed strike. Not that it will ever help with anything, but it's cool, so go for it. Who knows?
That's so cool. Thank you.
I kind of clutch my jaw and I'm like, dang, girl, look at that. I told you you had it in you.
Immediately, she's like, "Oh my god, are you okay? I'm so sorry."
Of course I'm okay. Did you see me?
Yeah, you're a tough one.
Kozar sort of brushes himself off a bit, goes to like clock it like Henry Cavill style, clock his arms.
He reloads his arms.
He reloads his arms, and he sort of opens a palm and sort of motions for Pipkin to hit him.
Oh my god.
He's like, "Show me what those gloves do." And you're looking at the slightly metal wrappings that Who had given you.
Stephanie sat on the table watching.
Do I roll an attack?
Yes. Yeah.
That is a dirty 20.
Oh.
Yes. So you connect with him, and tell me what that looks like, and then I will show you what your gloves can do.
I run up to him, and being as short as I am, I dive through his legs to the back, and I punch him in the upper part of his back. I don't want to hit him in the lower part because that would be devastating. So I choose a relatively strong spot, but right between his shoulder blades.
Okay. There is an eruption of sound as the connection of her punch reverberates throughout the training area in a clash of thunder. Kozar flies forwards 10 feet into one of the barrels and is just like winded over the top of it. If you can note down for this, you can now, once per turn, when you make an unarmed strike, add a d6 of thunder damage whenever you hit someone.
Stephanie's
already quite a damaging girl. That's going to be...
That's so cool.
Everybody gets something. Welcome to the party.
Helping Kozar up.
He's like, yeah, that was a good one.
No, I get it. No, I get it. It's fine. I forgot that Stephanie has fought Pipkin before.
Yes.
Because she came second.
She did.
In one of the fights.
Yeah. Looking back on it, probably not a good decision to challenge her to a fist fight.
Oh, dead ass not.
Yeah. Keenan's going to look at Pipkin and go, "Do me next, do me next."
But don't do him. Don't do him.
Well,
they hit me.
All right, just know what you're asking for.
I do.
That is a 23 to hit.
Oh,
Definitely
buddy. Oh, buddy.
So I'm assuming you're not on the table, and she is. So I'm going to jump down, and having the height advantage for once, I'm going to hit you in the side of the neck.
Cool.
Amazing. Your damage, madam?
That is 7 bludgeoning damage.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
And 4 thunder damage.
Not Kozar. You watch Keenan. Sort of. There's a lot of K's. Like a sack doll just crumples in half, hits the floor. Because she jumped down, the force was just propelled. It's like doubled the gravity, and he just hits the floor. A little bit winded. You take that damage.
Yep. He gets up and goes, "Go on, one more time."
Oh my god, he's trying to get himself killed.
with him?
All right then. I think I'm going to be cheeky and take my bonus action,
Oh no.
flurry of blows.
Oh,
God,
no.
yes.
Oh, Keenan. Keenan, you sweet fool.
That is a 17 to hit. That's remarkably lower. All right. That damage would be only 5 bludgeoning damage. But I do get more speed mechanically, so in my flurry of blows, I kind of swiftly run around. It also gives me the disengage action because this girl's really overspec. And without even getting a chance to swing back, I'm like 10 feet behind you. And I'm just standing there, arms on my hips, being very smug, looking at you. How'd that?
That's a good hit you got. You got one more in you.
Do I?
He's a masochist.
What are
So
you
above
doing?
table, he does want to get beaten at this point.
Why?
I rolled pretty low. It's only a 12.
That is below my armor class, but can I allow it to go through, DM?
If you want to, yeah. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Who knows what's happening? I don't know.
Himself into the punch.
So, me being sort of smug about it and showing off, I get a little bit sloppy. Although he allows me to hit, you see it's not my best hit. But the damage is quite decent. It's 9 bludgeoning damage again.
Perfect. At that point, he will hold up his hands and go, "Yep, yeah, got me good that time. Well done."
There's like a trickling blood from his nose.
Persephone's still sort of holding Kozar up, but then she's also looking at Keenan being like, the fuck are you doing? Why
Practicing
do you want to
taking
get
a
your
hit.
ass beat? Oh,
And then
Christ.
he's just gonna
As if
like
we don't
flop into a
know.
chair.
Oh, sweet baby boy.
So I have patient defense as a feature. In my case, I spent a key point on it, and it's a bonus action to do a dodge. Can I sort of try and show him a dodge? Try and train him in dodge in some way?
Yeah, why not?
So I go up to him and I push him up from the back of his shoulders. I mean, like, come on, you take great hits, but that's not going to get you very far. And I give the mannequin a whirl, and it starts spinning. And I sort of like demonstrating. All right, if you see this, you make note of the trajectory, and then you dive down, and I show a couple of dodging moves, and tell him, right, you go then.
Yep. And I think he will look at it as almost like a dance, so he replicates Pipkin's moves almost perfectly, or as best he can.
That's good. Very nice. Let's try that again. And she jumps up on the neck of the mannequin and adds punches to the already spinning mannequin.
Does the same again, so just kind of mimics the moves of like dodging out of the way, or all the movements of avoiding getting hit.
See, look at you. That's defense. It's not having to defend yourself at all.
I always thought the best defense was a great offense.
That too. There's a couple of good defenses. Right, anyone else want to try something out? I mean, we got this whole training area. It's pretty good if I do say so myself.
It is great. Persephone's gonna add on. She's like, I'm just glad I managed to land a hit.
I'm gonna say,
Last time I
because
didn't.
I'm feeling generous, because I'm amazing, you know. Pipkin, can you make another performance check? And this time your DC is a 17. And it'll become obvious why it's so high if she succeeds.
Oof, it's a 9.
Nope.
Alas.
Alas.
Never mind.
Keenan is a good learner, but he forgets.
You don't want to throw hands again, Callan?
I've had enough beating last couple of days. Is he
There's like a twinge of
bruised?
history, and you're just remembering like the buffering wind escaping your mouth as you hit the bars of the cage, and then Mitz's claws raking down your back, and it's just you're good. Yeah, no, you're good.
Would you like to fight someone that you're going to win against? She's like pointing at herself. Because I'm not a good fighter.
If you want to throw hands, we can. It's up
Not
to you.
particularly. I just want to make you feel better. You seem
No.
glum.
I'm all good. I'm riding a bit of a high from the other day.
Very excited by the possibility of a brawl. So she takes one of the prop mugs and she goes, and she throws it to the ground, and it just bounces off because it's not actually a mug.
That's amazing.
I'm just imagining it bounce and then bounce back at her. Right back at her.
Just hit me in the knee. I'm like,
Oh fuck!
You will see Kozar walks over, picks it up, and because although it's made of rubber, it is still a container, and he reaches round, pulls out a flask, and pours something in it, and hands it over to you.
me, Pipkin?
Mm-hmm.
I will drink it.
He's always packing.
And then he keeps
That's
topping it
not
up.
what I meant.
And the longer he holds his hand there, he just stares directly into your eyes, Pipkin, and it just keeps going. And he's just staring at you, and it's still going, and still
Oh my
going.
God, it's never ending.
I keep drinking.
Yep. And there's like a wry smile, and then he just eventually caps it off, sneaks it away.
That's some good stuff. What is it?
Probably some.
It's good.
orc
That's
shit.
what it is.
Hey, you're damn right. I do not question the contents. Do I feel any different?
Slightly more drunk. Apart from that, pretty buzzed.
Perfect. That does a trick for me.
Probably some orc ale shit.
Yes, it is. It's an Orcan spirit.
Yeah.
It's not great. But it gets you wasted. So.
Did he like hide it?
Yes.
Oh, I was gonna say, or can Persephone like pick it up and sniff it?
You can make a perception check to see if you can see where he. I'm gonna roll my sleight of hand.
Okay. I just wanted you to know that my perception was very high.
Mhm.
23.
No.
No, he rolled higher.
He rolled a 29.
She's going to. I forget he's a fucking rogue.
I did not
She's
say if he was a
gonna-
rogue or not.
She's
How dare
gonna
you.
just ask him. She's gonna ask him and say, "Can I just smell it?" But I know that sounds really weird, but like, we saw like a while ago when we were on one of the ships. We saw these like casks of orc ale, and I've just been
Mhm.
curious. Can I see?
Reaches back, pulls it out, uncorks it, offers for you to smell it.
She like sniffs it and like reels back. It's like burning her eyes.
Yeah, it
Not me.
stings.
She's like, I regret my choices. And then
Mhm.
she's going to surprise herself and take a sip, and it's even worse. And she puts the cap back on it and hands it back to him. She's like, never mind. I'm not very good with my alcohol.
Is there any more training you guys would like to do?
I can throw a punch. I'm happy.
Not necessarily training, but Keenan would like to, at some point, slip away back to the library.
Mm-hmm.
Now that he's been beaten to within 1 HP, so
Oh
slightly
my God.
delirious, and he's going to take out his candles and a little bit of incense and pray to the Shadowbinder.
Ooh.
Do any of us
not
notice him
expecting
leave?
that.
Do any of us notice him leave? Do you try to sneak away, Keenan?
He'll kind of like make like an offhand comment of like that was quite a hit I took there. I'm just going to go away and rest for a little bit.
Persephone will give him a little pat on the bum with her tail, and
You know what?
Ew.
I want to be delirious for my prayers.
she wasn't gonna do anything. She was just gonna give him a little pat on the bum, give him guidance.
Fine.
Um,
Awesome.
We'll just give you a little pat on the bum and be like, see you later.
See you later. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
You lot need more sleep than me.
He's up to some spy shit. That's what she said. She just assumed.
Spy
She just
shit.
assumed you were doing some spy shit.
Sneaky shit.
You're a sneaky boy.
Yes, you may pray to the Shadowbinder. Tell me how he prays, what he's praying.
So he takes out candles, a little bit of incense, his notebook, and specifically he's going to start by thanking him for the knowledge that they've got from the library and the advancement of finding out some secrets and things.
Mm-hmm.
And then just kind of like an open-ended request to keep an eye on them for as they gather more information and to help show them the path forward for that.
Roll me a percentile, please.
Absolutely. That is a 23.
Okay. As you're praying, you slowly become aware of this very rough gravel, like scales shifting in the back of your mind. And there's a instinct to pull away, but the more you're praying, the more you can't help but listen to the sound, and it's hypnotic and beautiful, and there's like a whispering voice that hits your mind. It says one word: welcome. And then sort of fades.
Spot on. You must have read my mind there. The whole point was just to make the connection. Yep, brilliant. And then he's going to kind of like slowly pack away things and kind of slump there and rest a little bit until later, and when everyone's going to meet up in Pin's bed.
So it took me a while to realize what you just said. I was like, wait, what? Huh?
Huh?
Huh? But yeah, awesome. Does anyone else want to do anything whilst you're still in the town?
I know we already did a bit of research, but could I maybe try and look up a bit more about what was the name? Made a note there. Lutharan. Just because, like, it's been mentioned again about his chattering, and that's kind of what Caden's been thinking about for a while.
Yeah, make me
Doesn't-
an investigation check. I will say, if Okay, so you can roll with advantage, but you will take a point of exhaustion, or you can roll normally and not. And that point of exhaustion will last past your next long rest.
And how many days are we like still hanging around town and stuff? Do we think?
No idea. What does point of exhaustion do? Sorry, remind me.
Disadvantage on all skills and abilities.
Oh, buddy, don't do it.
But obviously that's...
I mean, we said we were
down
going
to
to be
you.
here for a couple of days. Would it last over the next couple of days?
I would say because of how important this is, the reason for it is because he will be spending more time than he can rest for to research into it, if he rolls with advantage. So yes. I'd say it would last the day after you leave the tower. But that's, again, up to you if you want to research into it or not.
And it's a day's travel. Like, if who doesn't portal us back, it's a day's travel back to the town if we want to go pick up all our equipment and stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I will do it then. So it's investigation, yeah?
Yes.
Any big balls?
Good job it's with advantage, because the first one was a 7.
Oof.
16.
Nice.
How do I put exhaustion on here?
It should be on the fire, on the rest symbol. You can add it, I believe.
If you're
Oh,
using D&D
exhaustion.
Beyond, if you click
Yeah.
on underneath where your HP
Yeah,
is, conditions, you can add it there.
Okay, yeah, got it. Added.
That wasn't exhaustion.
I can go on for quite a while.
Sorry, I was just doing something. Okay, so you want to... Are you specifically looking for any reference to his name? Are you looking...
It's more along the lines of where I might find the other bits of him.
Ooh.
Because he kind of sees it as like a duty-bound thing to try
Yeah,
and...
no,
reunite.
no, completely. So, I'd say from the research you find, quite a lot. One part of him, I'd say you're finding this through various different references. So one part of him you know was returned to Her Grace, which you take to mean is probably in the Dream Realm. One you know left with the Infernal, so you can guess that a piece is probably in the Nine Hells. One was said to be lost, consumed by nightmare. And 3 was said to be scattered across Ixalora. The final piece was unknown, and it was said to have been placed somewhere that would forever be changing. Which you now, of course, know as being the vault beneath the place that I can't remember.
Okay, so there's one...
Frost.
The Frostflower Vault.
Flower,
Sorry,
Yeah, so one
blanked on it.
returned, one with the Infernal, one consumed
one
by
was
a nightmare,
consumed
one
by a
scattered.
nightmare,
Yeah.
and 3 are currently in Ixalora, as being the origin point of where that conflict happened.
And one we found in the Frostflower tomb.
From that reference, you take to mean that the actual origin of that piece was a place that would forever be moving, and probably what was the sanctum at the time, which was then, of course, taken over. And the Darkling Moor wanted to make sure that some parts of it would never be found, and so they put them in the vault, which was obviously a stupid idea because you guys broke in and found it. But yeah, there is that sort of link. You're like, oh, okay.
So there's not one still in the actual fortress that we raided the other week. They moved into that.
They moved it, yeah, much the same as they moved Kithrali's tomb.
Okay.
Well, quote unquote tomb.
One was consumed by a nightmare, 3 scattered, 6 alone, 1, 2, 3. So 7 pieces total? Did I count that right? Yeah. Cool.
Yes. Oh yeah, because I based it off of. Oh. We had to have some form of reference.
No, I was just checking. Just want to make sure I wasn't missing anything if I'm going to take it for exhaustion. Yeah, no, interesting.
I will also add that the 3 in, because you did pretty well, and you have taken that point of exhaustion. 1 mentions the Silver City in Ixalora. 1 mentions the Stormcaller's fortress, and the last one do you speak Elvish?
Bit and send it to us.
I actually don't. I speak Celestial, Common, Quarry, and Sylvan.
Yeah, the last
It's all right, just
one
come to your baby.
you would have to ask someone else to read for you,
Got you.
just to motivate you to share with your party.
You think he's not going to be running over to Cozy after the Silver City's mentioned? Actually, wait, did you share that information about the Silver City or not?
He hasn't yet, as far as I'm
Yeah.
aware.
Yeah, because Keenan noticed it, didn't he?
Yes.
Who?
Did you share that information or not? I can't remember. I'm asking Keenan, like. above
No.
me.
Well, Keenan just read out the letter to you.
Okay. Because it was an observation thing, which is why it popped up, so I wasn't sure. Okay, so that's okay, and I'll wander over to one of my elf friends and just point at that bit that I can't read and say, "Any help?"
He's like, I can help. I can read this. Feeling
You
useful.
can. You don't know what it means.
She'll just read it out what it says.
There's something
What
called
it says.
the Shattered Stars.
There you go. That's what it says. And then she shrugs, and she walks away. I was just here to translate. A goodbye.
Keenan doesn't even know much about this. He's heard it in reference. His mother said it once. But aside from that, even she kept it. She even kept it from him.
That is a super secret.
Mm-hmm.
I accidentally deleted a row of my notes. Just bear with me.
Control Z.
Yeah, because I've linked like so many things whilst we've been talking. I can't find the reference
Yeah.
bit. I'm just like,
Yeah. No, the reason I say that is because when I was writing my assignment last week, I did something similar. I deleted the paragraph and like the full-on panic. You don't understand. I was like smashing that button.
the last one mentions, was it the scattered stars?
The Shattered Stars.
Shattered. Stars. And none of us really know about that bit.
No.
Okay. Yes.
But you will soon.
Mhm.
That's fine. Right. Well, as Keenan probably didn't share the thought he had about the dagger, there's nothing else I can really ask on that one, I don't think. So I'll leave to whoever wants to take the floor next.
Anyone else?
Yeah, no, never mind. No. No.
We pick up maybe 3 or 4 days later as you leave the tower. In your horse and cart that was delivered at the request of who to make sure that you had a way
Who?
back. Who? Keenan sits in the driver's seat, holding the reins. Pipkin lounging on just the portion of the wood that pops up from the back of the cart to where the seat is for the drivers, and she's delicately balanced, leaning delightfully, enjoying her little bit of freedom. Pipkin, you were told by who to go out and explore the world a little bit. In an effort, he did not want to shelter you and contain you within the tower. You should go out, learn new things, and become a better bodyguard. The rest of you, I assume, making your way back to the city, or do we have a new direction?
I'd like to go pick up my stuff. I don't know about the others.
Yeah.
Stephanie will ask Kozar what his plans are, because she doesn't want to just drag him with them if he wants to go back to Iridesco.
He seems amenable to doing anything as long as it isn't too boring. He's had
as long
enough.
as it's with his bow.
He's had enough. He doesn't really talk much aside from casual conversation. Maybe gives you the hint that perhaps he would not like to be chained to one place for too long at the current moment in time.
In that case, she'll sort of, in the carriage, sort of, which she'll probably be in the back, obviously. She'll sort of sit next to him, like, intertwine their hands, put her head on his shoulder, and just be like, you're just gonna hang out with us for a bit? Go wherever we go? Like the old days?
I think that sounds fun.
She nods and then she just sort of falls quiet, just rests.
And he sort of like rubs his shoulder a little bit. Plus, I've got to get Pipkin back.
Of course you do. She wounded your ego. And your body.
I will say, if you want to, you can go pick up your things from the city, and then let me know where you would head past that. Because some of you have some items that you had commissioned.
Yeah.
I'd say they've managed to put a little bit of a rush on it with the extra gold that you guys dropped. So the things that you had in the works, we will discuss next week. And I will assume you're making your way towards a certain dwarven place.
Everyone's in agreement,
I
yeah.
imagine so, yeah.
I have just had an idea, though, DM.
Oh, but
While we're in town,
Mm-hmm.
can we pick up some more horses?
If you want to buy them, yeah.
That's
Yeah.
that's what I meant. Sorry.
Mm.
So we've got a couple to pull the cart, and then
Mhm.
a couple for us to ride.
Okay.
Didn't sorry, excuse me. Didn't Zephyr want to go to the dwarves too because of
Yeah.
she's not going to be here, is she? But obviously we wouldn't like. We'll stay there for a while, I imagine. We're not just gonna go once and then bin it off after one session.
Well, considering it's about 1,000 miles to reach even just the mountains,
Oh, sorry, I had no
I think
idea. Okay,
it might
fantastic,
take
yeah.
you a little bit of time.
Okay, fine, fantastic. Yeah, thank you.
Um,
I just didn't want her to miss out on her
it's all right.
stuff, and I was just thinking that maybe we could take a detour to somewhere, but that's fine.
Absolutely. I have an
definitely-
idea where we can detour.
You would definitely need to resupply, refuel yourselves, rest properly, aside from camping, in different places along the way.
Okay.
As we start Act 2 of this campaign, on the road and with a 6th member, who for a little bit is going to hopefully stay with us if she can make it.
Well, guys, we could do like a reunion tour around all those villages we saved and check up on Raven. Because that's something.
As-
Oh, I'd like to check on Raven.
As well as, because I feel like it, an official 7th member, which is me, and I'm going to play Kozar
Oh my god.
properly and
Oh
in
my
roleplay,
god.
because I want to roleplay with you guys more and
Oh.
with a constant character, and I thought this would be a fun way of doing it.
Don't. I love that so much. I'm
So-
so happy. You have no idea.
Obviously, he is a little bit more experienced, so there are some things that I will have to either tone down or tone up, dependent on if it is needed for the story. But he will be a PC and roughly the same level as you. There's some interesting things that I wanted to explore, and I thought I'd actually rush it. It was going to come out later, but I'm going to pull it forwards, and we're going to have a little bit of fun with that. And if Emerald is amenable to it, she will be joining us as well.
Yay.
I am.
There you go.
Oh my god.
The what did I call it? High. I forgot what the name is. I'll think of a new title. High Protector? I don't know. High Protector of the Tower of Kirramun. Pipkin, whatever her last name is.
Love it. I'm gonna write it down so that you don't
Fiddlebrook.
forget next time.
What is it?
Thistlebrook,
Thistlebrook. Oh, that's delightful.
isn't it?
Yes. Oh yeah. We will all see you again next week, as well as tomorrow, for our other campaign, which Emerald is also in. So if you get bored of seeing our faces, tough. And of course, you can all grab a ticket to the Mystery Dice giveaway, which you can grab every week, and we announce our winners at the end of the month. So we will have 4 of them, and you can, you can all enter and grab yourself a ticket if you do pop in tomorrow. As well as, don't forget, you can get 10% off using code WYRD over on Mystery Dice Goblins UK. And we will see you either tomorrow or next week. So thank you very much for joining us along for the ride, and I'm very excited to see what comes next. Say goodbye, guys.
See you later, guys.
Bye.
guys.
There we
Thank
go.
you.
See you later.
It's save her, and I try to no avail. Curse that mortal brevity which has rent you from my arms. Curse this cold eternity without you to keep me warm. Your never-ending elegy is a ballad with no melody, as empty as I. Now you've passed me by. A blessing, no, a malady. Why do roses bloom in spring, only to wither and die? You were all that was good in me. Now back to darkness go I. Take with you my sanity, better madness than the pain of my want. All my effort is vanity, and I hear the ravens taunt. Your never-ending elegy is a ballad with no melody, as empty as I. Now you've passed me by. A blessing, no, a malady. My eternal malady. Eternity's a gift, they say, to never cross the veil. This life I try to savor, and I try to no avail. Curse that mortal brevity which has rent you from my arms. Curse this cold eternity without you to keep me warm. Your never-ending elegy is a ballad with no melody, as empty as I. Now you've passed me by. A blessing, no, a malady. Why do roses bloom in spring, only to wither and die? You were all that was good in me. Now back to darkness go I. Eternity's a gift, they say, to never cross the veil. This life I try to savor, and I try to no avail. Curse that mortal brevity which has rent you from my arms. Curse this cold eternity without you.